Please sit. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of this public hearing. Mr. O'Connor.
Good morning, Chair. The first witness for this morning is Chris Mahaffey from the IOPC. But before we invite you to call him, Mr. Henderson is going to refer to some witness evidence that was mentioned in our opening yesterday and ask you to adduce that.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and panel. In Mr. Altman's opening submissions yesterday, he referred to various witness statements which have been obtained by the inquiry. And we'd like to invite you to adduce 3 of those now. They will also be published in due course on the inquiry website. The first is a witness statement from Lord Tebbit. And if we could just bring up the first page of that, it's INQ 001846. In this statement, Lord Tebbit explains comments which he made in a television interview on the Andrew Marr show. You'll recall, Chair, we saw a clip of that yesterday, back in July 2014, about the political culture of the 1980s being to protect the establishment rather than investigate allegations of child sexual abuse. He also sets out his recollection of hearing rumours about Cyril Smith abusing teenage boys, following the Private Eye article published in 1979, and of being told by a Cheshire Constabulary police officer in around 1986 about Peter Morrison engaging in sexual activity with sixth form age young men. So we'd ask you to adduce that statement, and we will also adduce an earlier statement provided by Lord Tebbit to the police, and that's at OHY 005427. There's no need to bring that one up on the screen. The third statement is the statement of Mr. Anthony Daly. Mr. Daly, if you recall, Chair, is someone who the inquiry requested evidence from in relation to a book he published in last year. It's entitled Playland, Secrets of a Forgotten Scandal. And in it, Mr. Daly tells the story of his time as a rent boy when he was aged 20, over 3 months in 1975. Again, if we could just bring up the first page of the statement. Thank you very much. INQ 003915. Mr. Daly alleges that he was initially captured and recruited by Charles Hornby, and that he became well acquainted with Charles's brother Simon Hornby, who paid him for sex. Although he was not a child himself at the time, Mr. Daly alleges he was forced to witness the depraved sexual abuse of 2 boys, aged 8 to 10, at a party attended by unnamed persons, and 2 individuals whom he did know. He also made claims in his book that senior establishment figures, including some politicians, were present at parties where underage rent boys were sexually abused and exploited. And so again, Chair, we'd invite you to adduce that statement, and it will be published on the inquiry website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Right. Chair, may we now invite you to call Mr. Mahaffey.
Would you please repeat after me? I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence I shall give
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Do sit down, Mr. Mahaffey.
Thank you.
You are Christopher Mahaffey,
I am, yes.
and your post is a lead senior investigator for the Independent Office for Police Conduct, or the IOPC.
It is, yes.
Mr. Mahaffey, you will have heard yesterday, I think you were in court yesterday,
I was, yes.
you will have heard a number of references being made during the opening statements to a series of investigations that the IOPC has been conducting for several years now into the way in which the police responded to or investigated various allegations of child sexual abuse made against Westminster figures.
Yes, that's correct.
And I think it's right to say that your evidence today will cover those investigations.
Yes, it will.
Just a word or two about your own career, Mr. Mahaffey, before we get into the detail of the investigations. You were a police officer for 30 years, I believe.
Yes, in the Metropolitan Police Service.
and you retired as a temporary detective superintendent in 2004.
I did, yes.
And that, if my maths is right, that means you were a Metropolitan Police officer during the 1970s and 80s.
Yes, I joined the Metropolitan Police in 1974.
Which is very much the period that we're concerned with
It is, yes.
in this investigation. You said that you joined the IPCC, as it then was, in 2009.
I did, yes.
We'll come to the name change shortly.
Okay.
But you've worked for that organisation for 8 or 9 years since.
I have, yes, continuously.
Since 2015, you've been an operations manager within the IOPC
I have, yes.
in the Directorate of Major Investigations.
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that role?
The Directorate of Major Investigations is a national department within the IOPC who deal primarily with investigations of a serious or complex nature, and equally one element of our remit is also responsibility of all the investigations which are relevant to this hearing.
So those investigations have formed part of your role, but you've been involved with other cases
correct,
as well.
Yes.
As I say, we will turn shortly to look at the detail of the investigations, but just by way of introduction, there are 37 investigations in total that have been identified as having a link to Westminster issues. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
As we will see, the facts vary considerably.
Absolutely, yes.
But for example, if one was to identify a typical investigation within that group, we see, don't we, allegations that police officers failed to investigate, or are said to have failed, failed to investigate or covered up allegations of child abuse involving Westminster figures.
That's correct, yes.
And again, by way of summary, in almost all the cases, the underlying allegations of abuse took place or are said to have taken place during the 1970s or 1980s.
That's correct, yes.
But the complaint, which has triggered your investigation, is much more recent than that.
It is, yes.
We heard yesterday in the openings about Tom Watson's parliamentary question,
Yes.
coming shortly after the television programme relating to Jimmy Savile, and
That's correct.
the growing concern about allegations relating to Cyril Smith. Is it right to say that most, if not all, of these complaints can be located within that time period of that period of a few years of public concern?
They can, yes.
And lastly, just by way of introduction, it's important to stress, isn't it, that the purpose of the investigations that you have been carrying out, the IOPC have been carrying out, has not been to determine whether the underlying allegation of abuse, for example, that a particular MP assaulted a child, the purpose of your investigation has not been to determine whether that allegation is true or false, but rather to look into the way in which the police responded to that allegation.
That's correct, yes.
So put another way, what's being investigated is the police conduct rather than the underlying allegation.
It is, yes.
Let me ask you about the report that the IOPC have prepared, Mr Mahaffey. There has been a report prepared.
There has, yes.
And we certainly have described it as an overarching report.
Yes, it is, yes.
Can you describe the report to us, just in summary?
Yes, it's an overview report. It details specifically the role of the IOPC. It goes into some detail around our statutory responsibilities within the Police Reform Act, and it sets out quite a significant amount of analysis that's been undertaken within the IOPC in relation to the 37 investigations that you've mentioned earlier.
And perhaps we can call the report up on screen. It's IPC 000830.
Yes, that's
correct.
the
Front page of the report,
It is,
Mr
yes.
Mahaffey, and we see it's entitled An Overview Report of IOPC Cases relevant to the ICSA Westminster investigation. And as you've said, the report covers a lot of generic issues which are themes, if you like, passing through a number of these different investigations.
Yes, it provides some detailed analysis that links into the investigation.
And then in appendices to this report, and we'll be going to some of them later on this morning, there are summaries of each of the 37 investigations.
That's correct, yes.
I just want to ask you about the date of this report, Mr. Mahaffey. So can we perhaps please go to page 5 of the report, paragraph 10?
Yes,
If we can just highlight or enlarge paragraph 10, please. Sorry, Mr. Mahaffey.
yes, the detail within the report is current as of the 1st of November 2018.
That is, as it were, the formal date
Yes.
of the report.
Yes.
But I think it's right to say there have been some amendments made to it since,
There have been, yes.
updating some points. But
Yes.
the reader would be wise to assume that that is the date on which it is accurate.
That's correct.
We'll come to some of the respects in which things have moved on since then. But is it right to say that the 37 investigations have been continuing since November last year?
Yes, they have. Of the 37, 5 remain outstanding in as much as they still have either outstanding lines of inquiry or they may still be going through the IOPC QA quality assurance type process, or they may still be with the decision maker. So out of the 37, 32 are complete and 5 remain outstanding.
And is it right that back in November last year there were far fewer than 32 that had actually been completed?
That's correct, yes. I don't have the exact figure, but that's correct.
We'll come to talk in a few minutes about the closing report, which is the report which is a stage which marks the end, or almost the end, of an investigation.
Yes.
Just by way of example, could we go to page 39 of the report, please? And if we could zoom in on the final paragraph, the conclusions, findings. This is, as you can still see in the background, Mr. Mahaffey, this is the summary, isn't it, for Operation Beach?
It is, yes.
Which is one of the operations we'll come back to talk about.
Yes.
And we can see that in the summary of Operation Beach, as at November last year, there is a comment in the final sentence that the closing report has been submitted to the IOPC and is currently subject to the quality assurance process. I think it's right to say that that is one of the investigations where, since November, the report has been concluded and the investigation has finished.
That's correct. Operation Beach is now finished.
And that's I'm certainly not going to take you to all of them, but that's the position with quite a number of these cases.
It is, yes.
Thank you. Thanks. Can we just go back? Well, before we do, let me just ask you, Mr. Mahaffey, can you just tell us something about why this report was prepared, and also whether it's usual for the IOPC to prepare reports like this?
It's not usual for the IOPC to prepare an overarching report covering the investigations that we've mentioned, but it's seen as a means, perhaps a best means to describe the role and function of the IOPC and where this fits in with the 37 investigations that have been undertaken. And as I said earlier, it does provide the reader with some analytical detail to help them understand, perhaps, when they get into the actual closing reports themselves, how they interlink with the overarching. The overarching, in effect, pulls them together.
Perhaps we could go to page 6 of the report, please. Paragraph 11 at the top. Mr. Mahaffey, there we see summarised the purposes that the report seeks to achieve.
Yes, it's in effect to provide an overview of the investigations that have been undertaken, which fall within the scope of the inquiry's Westminster investigation. Hopefully it explains the methods by which the allegations have been investigated. It seeks to highlight common themes identified within and between the investigations, both procedural and substantive. It seeks to identify common persons who may feature within more than one of the investigations that's been undertaken. We equally go some way to try and explain some of the difficulties or problems that have been encountered during the course of the investigations, and we summarise the ways in which the investigations have been concluded and hopefully offer up some rationale or reason as to why they have reached that point.
Thank you, Mr. Mahaffey. Now, we've already been talking about this report for a few minutes. Do you wish this report to be part of your evidence?
I do, yes.
And Chair, we'll invite you to adduce this report in its entirety, and it will be published on the IOPC website in due course. And Mr. Mahaffey, I think it's right to say, sorry, it'll be published on the ICSA website in due course, and I think it's right to say the IOPC will also be publishing this report.
I would think so, yes.
Mr. Mahaffey, I'm going to be asking you questions for perhaps the rest of the morning, very broadly on three topics. First of all, I'm going to ask you some questions about the IOPC, how it works, how it interrelates with the police and the complaints process. Secondly, I will then ask you some generic questions about the 37 investigations and the links between them, in particular some of the points you've just mentioned, for example, some of the difficulties or problems encountered in the investigations. And then lastly, I will go to some, but not all, of the investigations in more detail. In particular, I will take you to some of the investigations which have responded to allegations made by retired officers who are going to be giving evidence tomorrow.
Thank you.
So first of all, just something about the way in which the IPC works. As I think we've already said, it's the Independent Office for Police Conduct.
It is, yes.
And it's essentially the same organisation that until the beginning of 2018 was the Independent Police Complaints Commission.
That's correct, yes.
There are differences between the two, but none that we need to bother ourselves with today.
That's correct.
It's clear from the name that the organisation is independent of the police.
It is, yes. The IOPC oversees the police complaint system in England and Wales, and we have a statutory duty to secure and maintain public confidence in it. We're independent. We make decisions independently of the police, the government and other interest groups. We investigate the most serious complaints and incidents involving the police across England and Wales, as well as handling a number of appeals from people who are not satisfied with the police, with how the police may have dealt with a complaint that they've made. So that's our primary purpose.
So the core purpose, as you say, is to be concerned with complaints against the police.
It is,
and
yes.
Allegations of police misconduct.
Yes, it is.
But I think it's clear from what you said a moment ago that the IOPC doesn't investigate all allegations of police misconduct. And
No.
some are dealt with by the forces themselves.
No, it's a case that the majority of complaints against the police are actually dealt with by the relevant police force or agency without the need for IOPC involvement. Certain types of complaints and incidents must be referred by the police to the IOPC, and these include where someone has died or been seriously injured following direct or indirect contact with the police, as well as allegations of serious corruption, serious assault, or any level of criminal offence. We decide when an investigation is necessary, and if so, what level of involvement we, the IOPC, should have in that process. And there's three specific categories, if I can use that word. We may choose to conduct our own independent investigation. We may choose to manage an investigation, as in the case with the matters being investigated through this inquiry. We may choose to supervise a police investigation, or indeed make a decision that a complaint can be dealt with locally by the police force concerned.
So, in a nutshell, Mr. Maffey, you're concerned with the most serious of complaints. We often hear, don't we, in the news, where someone has died in connection with police conduct, there is an automatic referral.
There's
to
a
the
mandatory
IOPC.
referral process.
But there are others, you've said, other situations where a serious allegation is made that is referred to you.
That's correct.
The IOPC is a statutory body.
It is.
It can only act when certain criteria are met that are laid down within the legislation
That's
that
correct,
governs the
within
IOPC.
the police format.
And a phrase which is referred to in your report is recordable conduct. That will tell us what that means and how that triggers an investigation.
Certainly a force receiving a complaint or identifying an allegation of misconduct against one of its officers should decide whether any of the mandatory criteria set within the Police Reform Act are met, and if they are, they should record that complaint or conduct matter and refer it to the IOPC for us to make the decision as to the most appropriate method of investigation.
So, in other words, it's a phrase which indicates the severity of the conduct in question.
That's correct.
And it's the consequences that a referral is made to you.
Yes, once a complaint or conduct matter has been recorded and has been referred, it goes to our own assessment team who carry out a process to make those decisions.
You mentioned a complaint. That's a slightly different route into the IOPC. That describes a situation where someone makes a complaint directly to your organisation rather than the matter being referred from the police force.
Or they may make the complaint to the police force.
And then the police would have to decide whether
they
it
would
was
have to
recordable
decide
conduct.
whether it sits within the criteria and whether it needs to be recorded and referred.
I think that's enough of the technicality. But when we come to look at these investigations, I think it's right to say that most of them were referred to you by the police forces. In other words, they were referred as recordable conduct, but some were complaints made directly to you.
My recollection is there's 5 public complaints.
Yes.
The remainder are what we would refer to as conduct referrals.
Yes. Now, moving on, Mr. Mahaffey, you mentioned a few moments ago the question of what the IOPC does once it receives a complaint or a referral, and you described how there are different ways in which the IOPC might investigate a matter. Can we go to page 8 of the report, please? And if we look at paragraph 21 at the top, we see here, and I think these were the categories that you mentioned, Mr. Mahaffey, 4 different levels of investigation. One, the independent investigation. That's an investigation which the IOPC would carry out without any involvement of the police force. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And then below that, 3 other levels, all of which mean that the local police force, to a greater or lesser extent, is involved in conducting the investigation.
That's correct.
A managed investigation where, as it says here, the force carry out the investigation, but under the direction and control of the IOPC.
That's correct, yes.
And then below that, a supervised investigation where the IOPC has slightly less involvement.
Yes.
And then lastly, a local investigation where you don't have any involvement at all.
No, we would simply refer it back for the force concerned to investigate for themselves.
And would they report the outcome of the local investigation, or is it in a sense the IOPC saying we don't need to have any more to do with this?
Yes, it's for the force to deal with. We don't require any further information. However, I think it is within the report that in this particular instance, a number of investigations did go back to the MPS for local investigation on the understanding that if there were any developments during the course of those local investigations which may impact upon the original MOI decision, then we would need to be told about it.
Yes. Now, I think you've already mentioned that almost all of the 37 investigations that we're concerned with were managed investigations.
That's correct.
In other words, it's the second rung down.
It is.
And if we can look at paragraph 23 of the report, that describes the factors that were taken into account when the decision when those decisions were made. And just briefly running down the list, it's the seriousness of the allegations,
Yes.
the risk that the nature of the allegations could seriously undermine public confidence in the police and the rule of law, the public interest in ensuring the independence and integrity of the investigations, public interest in the investigations being conducted efficiently and effectively, the inextricable link in many cases between the allegations regarding the police and the underlying allegations of criminality, and then finally the scope of the underlying investigations and the absence of suitable resource, for example specialist child sexual abuse investigators within the IOPC
Yes,
to
that's
carry out
correct.
the investigations. What can we take from that list, Mr. Mahaffey, and in particular, why, given the seriousness of these allegations, why didn't the IOPC conduct all of these investigations themselves?
I think there were a number of factors in as much as a managed investigation, the definition that sits within a managed investigation indicates that the IOPC would retain direction and control, would be responsible for preparing any terms of reference, and in the case of these particular investigations, they were dealt with jointly with the Operation Winter Key team, and it was very much a hands-on approach on the part of the IOPC to identify lines of inquiry that the MPS were proposing to take forward, and to ensure there was maximum exchange of information throughout all of the 37 investigations that were undertaken. So, and equally, I think some of the other important factors were the fact that the Metropolitan Police were best placed to recover documents, to assist in identifying witnesses, particularly retired officers, particularly identifying those who had passed away. And I think the historic element to these investigations indicated that it would be more efficient and more effective to run these as managed investigations rather than an independent investigation, which might prolong the time it would take to recover documents, identify witnesses, etc. So I think that was a key element.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I think just finally on this, just in a few questions about exactly how the managed investigation works. And for these purposes, can we go to page 10, please, and look at the top two paragraphs, paragraphs 29 and 30. Mr. Mahaffey, we see here, in managed investigations, that's what we're talking about, the investigator will be appointed by the relevant force, although this appointment may be subject to the approval of the IOPC. So the investigator will, in these cases, be someone from the local force.
Yes, they would be.
But you would be able to
They would
agree
be
or disagree.
approved by the IOPC.
And the investigator will work to terms of reference
Yes.
for the investigation, and we see here that you, the IOPC, set the terms of
The
reference.
IOPC do, yes.
And then it reads, throughout the course of the investigation, the appointed investigator is under the direction and control of the IOPC Director General.
Yes.
For practical purposes, this direction and control is exercised by IOPC investigators who scrutinise, challenge and advise on investigative steps and
That's
strategy.
correct.
So as well as the investigator, who is the local police officer conducting the investigation, there is an IOPC investigator who is managing the process.
That's correct.
And can you just give us some practical examples of the type of way in which that management might take place?
Well, certainly in these cases, there were almost weekly meetings with the Operation Winter Key investigators to make sure that our own team were fully appraised of all the progress that had been made. There were regular management meetings. I would like to think that the process put in place was intrusive and challenging, but at the same time collaborative. It actually worked, in my view, well.
So, for example, the IOPC may say, you haven't pursued this line of inquiry
Yes.
far enough, go back and
Yes.
find some more witnesses.
Yes.
Or
And
why haven't you looked for documents in this particular place? You need to go and do that.
that's correct, yes. Identify people I identify other lines of inquiry that it might be helpful to follow.
And then moving down to paragraph 30, this is describing the end of the process, which, as we've said, is essentially where these investigations are all now. The appointed investigator, and here we're talking about the local force
Yes.
investigator, is responsible for completing the investigation report at the end of the investigation. And then it says this: the decisions to be made at the conclusion of a managed investigation are made by an IOPC decision maker, as in independent investigations. So the closing report is written by the local investigator.
Yes.
It's then passed to the IOPC.
Mm-hmm.
And what are the decisions that might be made by an IOPC decision maker?
The decision maker is responsible for determining whether any relevant person has a case to answer for misconduct or gross misconduct, and whether any disciplinary proceedings should result. Equally, it is the decision maker's function to decide upon the evidence that they are presented with. If there's evidence of criminality, then the decision maker decides whether to refer the matter to the Crown Prosecution Service for their consideration. Those are the key functions of the decision maker's role in this process.
So very broadly speaking, disciplinary and criminal
Yes.
proceedings that might follow from the investigation.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, of course, these are historic cases. We
They
are
are.
talking, if there was police misconduct, we are talking about misconduct that happened 10, 20, 30 years ago.
That's correct.
And how does that influence either or both of those routes?
Well, clearly, it's the case that the officers who came under any level of investigation or scrutiny would have long since retired, so they wouldn't be subject to any recommended misconduct proceedings if indeed there was a finding made by the decision maker.
Possibility of criminal proceedings?
Yes, yes, if evidence had been identified and the report was forwarded to the Crown Prosecution Service, then they would decide whether or not to bring any criminal charges.
So those are the matters that will have been considered by the decision maker in each of these investigations.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Maffey. That's all I wanted to ask you about the, as it were, the IOPC procedural questions, and I'll turn now to ask you some general questions about the 37 investigations,
Okay.
and then after that we'll go to some of the investigations, as I've said. So just recapping, first of all, what do the 37 investigations have in common? Well, first of all, they all have, to a greater or less extent, a common subject matter, which we've said was they all broadly relate to allegations of police misconduct conducted to Westminster, allegations of child sexual abuse.
That's correct.
I think we've already said that almost all of them were managed investigations conducted by the IOPC.
That's correct, yes.
It's also right, isn't it, that almost all of them are Met cases, that they have,
Yes,
that
that's
they,
correct.
whether they were complaints or referrals, they relate to allegations of
Yes.
potential misconduct by Met officers.
That's correct.
We've touched on the status of these investigations already, but can I just ask you to go to page 30 of the report. If we can look at the top, please, outstanding actions. Now this, Mr. Mahavy, this is where we have to remember that this report, as we've said, was up to date as of November 2018.
Yes, that's correct.
So what it says here is that 3 of the investigations remain ongoing. and nine further investigations are essentially complete in terms of investigative actions, but haven't been formally concluded. So that's the process we were just looking at, the closing
That's
report
correct,
and the
yes.
decision maker.
That's correct.
Those numbers are smaller now, aren't they?
They are, in as much as of the 37, 32 have been completed and 5 remain outstanding.
And of those 5, how many are further investigative steps being taken?
Probably 3.
Thank
but
you.
I can't be accurate on that.
Don't worry, I think that's a general answer is fine for these purposes. Now, Ms. Murphy, you've referred a number of times already to Operation Winter Key.
Yes.
I don't want you to go into great detail about this because Commander Roper is probably better placed to tell us about that later on, but can you just give in a few sentences, describe what it is and how Operation Winter Key has or what part it's played in these investigations?
Yes, Operation Windkey is the professional standards arm of the overall Metropolitan Police investigations into historic child sex abuse. In other words, if during the course of the police investigations into the criminal actions of alleged historic child sex abuse, any level of conduct or indeed public complaint is identified, then the Metropolitan Police's Operation Winterkey take that forward. They are the professional standards arm of the overarching investigation into historic child sex abuse matters.
And so, your relationship with Operation Winterkey is quite unusual, isn't it? I mean, in the ordinary run of events, there wouldn't be a designated part of a professional standards department which was dealing with that and other similar cases.
I think it's quite unique, yes.
Can we, on a slightly different subject, just go, please, to page 11 of the report? This just emphasises a point I asked you about right at the beginning of your evidence. It's critical that this point is understood, I think. It's made at paragraphs 34 and 35, and it's the distinction between the underlying allegations of criminality, which, if you like, provide the factual context for these investigations, and what the IOPC is actually investigating. So paragraph 34 says, many of the investigations undertaken by the IOPC and all the MPS relate to police investigations of allegations of criminal behaviour. The purpose of the IOPC investigations has not been to investigate the original allegations made to the police, but instead to consider the actions and behaviour of the police officers and staff members who are involved in investigating those allegations. As such, these investigations do not seek to establish whether or not any abuse is more likely than not to have happened. So just pausing there, were someone to ask you at the IOPC, well, did you establish that this politician or that civil servant had committed actions of abuse? That would be to ask the wrong question, wouldn't it?
It would, yes.
You are focusing rather on the allegations that the police failed, for example, to investigate those underlying allegations properly.
Yes, how the police conducted themselves in carrying out those historic investigations.
And that point then just leads us to the last couple of sentences of paragraph 35, where the police themselves have been accused of criminal conduct, including sexual abuse, then that will fall within the terms of reference of an IOPC investigation.
Yes, it would, yes. And there are 5 instances or 5 operations looking into those matters.
Thank you. Now, moving on just to another generic issue relating to all of these investigations, we've talked about the fact that in a managed investigation, one of the roles of the IOPC is to supervise the investigative steps that have been taken, perhaps to suggest that different steps should be taken. At paragraph 37, so that's page 11 of the report summarises the type of steps that have typically been taken in these particular cases. just going through them, taking detailed statements from those making the relevant allegations, identifying and contacting police or former police witnesses in order to obtain their accounts. Just pausing there, we see in a lot of these cases, don't we, an officer saying, I remember such and such, and then that officer is asked, well, who was in your team with you? And then, is it right that the investigators have gone to those other members of the team?
They've made every effort to interview everybody named by the person making the initial allegation.
For what purpose?
To obtain independent corroborative evidence of what that particular individual may be alleging.
So if the individual said, I remember someone telling me that an operation was shut down, the other witnesses will be asked whether they have the same memory or they can remember anything like that.
Absolutely. In effect, Operation Winterkey attempted to follow the evidence wherever it took them.
Let's just, thank you, Mr. Feffy. Let's just carry on looking through this list over the page. Identifying and contacting non-police witnesses, depending on the facts of the case. Seeking to obtain relevant documentation.
Yes, I mean it's a common thread throughout the report and throughout the investigations that one of the problems encountered has been that over the years much documentation has been destroyed, not wantonly or deliberately as such, but the majority as part of whatever the destruction policy was within the Metropolitan Police at that time.
So we'll come to this, but some documents have been destroyed deliberately, simply because documents are destroyed after they've been held for 10
Absolutely.
or 20 years.
That's correct.
Not deliberately in the sense of any sort of suspicious activity, but just routine destruction of documents.
That's correct.
That's a problem when one's looking at things that are said to have happened 30 or 40 years ago.
Yes, I agree.
The other items on the list, many of them refer to documents, records, archives, and so on. And then the last penultimate item, liaising with other public bodies, such as?
Such as the Crown Prosecution Service, such as government departments, social services. There's quite a range contained within the investigations that have been undertaken.
Thank you. Now, further down that page, there's another heading, which is something you've already mentioned, Mr. Mahaffey, which is the difficulties encountered in the investigations. And these are not intended to focus on specific problems in any particular investigation, but generic difficulties which many of these historic investigations have encountered.
That's correct.
First of all, and perhaps an obvious point, many of the potential witnesses have now died, given the passage of time.
Passed away.
And the report says that in 22 of the investigations, people who the investigators might otherwise have wanted to talk to had died.
That's correct.
The next item on the list talks about witnesses who are still alive, but who can't remember or who had difficulty remembering the events.
And that's been a feature in 11 of the investigations.
But just moving down the list, we see that similar problems, witnesses unable to identify relevant persons, and then witnesses refusing to engage with the investigation.
Yes,
tell us more
that's a
about...
feature in 2 of the investigations. Certainly from the material I've read most recently, there's one particular officer who has wholly declined to assist, and there is another where one officer initially engaged with us but has declined to assist further, and I think that was prior to him or her making a formal witness statement.
Now, it's right, I think, that you don't have, in conducting an investigation like this, you don't have any power to compel a witness to cooperate.
We don't.
From what you've said, I mean, a clear refusal to cooperate is quite rare, is that right?
It is rare.
Of course, another possibility is that some of those people who said they couldn't remember could, but they just didn't want any part of the investigation.
Yes, that's entirely possible.
Are you able to say any more about that?
I don't think you can draw any conclusion from somebody who says, I don't remember. There's not an awful lot I think you can do with that. Having reviewed the 37 investigations more recently, I must say that I think in the bulk of cases there's a willingness to help, a willingness to assist, and the level of response has either been by way of telephone, email, or actually preparing formal witness statements. So it's the full range of communication has been attempted, and I think when you look at the figures here, it's only a very small number of individuals who, for whatever reason, best known to them, have decided they just don't want to assist.
When we go, as we will, to look at the individual cases, it's important to bear in mind, isn't it, that some of these witnesses who had police careers lasting many years and would therefore have been involved in hundreds or thousands of individual investigations were being asked
Yes.
to remember really very precise detail about one particular operation many
That's
years
correct.
later.
And equally, quite often, the Winterkey team weren't in a position to provide them with any documentation because that had been destroyed, which may have aided their memory or recall.
Yes. And that indeed is the last bullet point, and you've already mentioned, and we will perhaps come to see this in some of the investigations, that sometimes simply documentation wasn't
Absolutely.
available. In others, of course, it was, and
Yes.
there are some of the investigations where complete case files were found and they were helpful.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, thank you. I want to move just to talk about the summary and analysis of the evidence obtained in the report. Now, clearly, Mr. Mahaffey, as we've said, each of these investigations turns on their own facts. You can say that they're all Westminster, they're all child sexual abuse, that they were all 20, 30, 40 years ago, but whenever one looks at the individual investigation, it's very particular facts. And
It
so
is.
one can't generalise too far, is that fair?
That's correct.
But having said that, the report does attempt to identify some common themes and bring some of the common facts together. Can we go first to page 16, please?
Yes.
Paragraph 55 of the report. Here, the report addresses what can be said generally about the allegations.
Yes, it does. Again, this is some of the more detailed analysis that's been undertaken, and as set out in paragraph 55, 27 of the operations concerned allegations that evidence or lines of inquiry were suppressed. In 7 cases, investigations were halted or threatened to be halted. In 2 of the investigations, there's an allegation that an individual was charged with a less serious crime than should have been the case due to their status. And in 1 of the investigations, that officers harassed and intimidated a member of the public. But following on in the next paragraph, the categorization is often unclear because there are many overlaps of various categories. So
Yes. I mean, one distinction that can be drawn, and which the report does draw, is between cases where the police simply fail to act and others where what is said is that they positively tried to disrupt an
Yes.
operation. Let's just look at that briefly if we can. First of all, can we go to page 17, paragraph 60? 60. So what is said there is, as explained above, a number of the operations related to apparent failures by the police, such as allegations that information provided by witnesses or victims hadn't been followed up, that the police simply didn't investigate allegations made regarding child sexual abuse, including allegations of kidnap and rape, and that a report of child sexual abuse may not have been properly handled due to the identity of the alleged perpetrator.
Yes.
So there, the allegations are of the type that the police simply didn't take the appropriate
That's
action.
correct.
And if we look further down, paragraph 62 and 63, we see a contrast being drawn where some of the allegations, or many of the allegations investigated, are that the police officers had positively acted to disrupt the investigations, For example, this is paragraph 63, there were 3 instances in which it was alleged that evidence had deliberately been destroyed by the police. In a further case, property seized by the police may have been improperly interfered with. And such deliberate action also featured allegations that a witness statement had been altered. So they are positive acts.
They are positive
which,
acts.
if proved, would have been serious acts of
They
misconduct.
would have been, yes.
So very difficult to generalise, as you say, and any categories have grey areas at their edges. But there are some examples of the types of allegations of misconduct, the police misconduct, that have featured in these investigations.
That's correct.
Another theme in these cases is that of instructions being given by senior officers. And that is a subject dealt with paragraph 69. So we're looking at page 18 of the report, please. And the point made there is that many of the allegations have been made by more junior officers, or who were at the time junior officers, saying that these investigations have been halted, or some steps such as the suppression of evidence having been taken following orders received from senior officers.
That's correct.
And we see that in many of the investigations.
We do.
Can we just look over the page, please, at paragraphs 72 and 73? I'm just trying to look at these paragraphs, Mr. Maffey, then ask you about them. It says that it refers to the hierarchical structure in the police in place during the period to which these allegations relate. Although the relevant legislation and standards applied different, it may be speculated that a culture of deference was, if anything, more prominent at that time, although this has not been evidenced for the purpose of this report. What's being referred to there is a culture of deference within the police,
Yes.
between junior and senior officers.
Yes.
In any event, it's possible that senior officers exercised their authority in order to prevent effective investigation, and that such instructions were followed by police officers. It's also unlikely to be considered surprising if junior police officers did not question the decisions of senior police officers when allegedly told not to pursue a certain line of inquiry, or indeed a whole investigation at the time in question. Just pausing there, can you expand on the reasoning in that paragraph, Mr. Mahaffey?
Well, I think historically it is likely that that officers, for whatever reason, didn't see it was their position to challenge any such decision. And I think that's the primary focus of that particular paragraph. I think there was a slight difference in the culture then when compared to the culture now. And I think it probably was the case where more junior officers didn't think it was their place to challenge or question any decision made by a more senior officer. I think that's changed considerably, but I think it's nevertheless a theme within many of the 37 investigations.
Yes. Well, that's something we may come back to talking
Yes.
about later in the week. But there's an important point made in the next paragraph, which is this: whilst the above may be considered to increase the plausibility of these allegations, it's not evidential. Presumably what's meant there is it's a suggestion.
It is.
It's
yes,
not a science.
It's not.
But then this: in addition, in some operations, there is evidence that decisions were made by senior officers to progress an investigation through transfer to a different unit, but that this may not have been appropriately communicated to junior officers, leading to speculation and concern, as commented further below. So the hierarchical structure that you're describing, which may, in cases, have led to misconduct not being, on the part of senior officers, not being reported. Equally, is it right, is this paragraph making the point that there may be other occasions where something perfectly sensible happened, in, for example, an operation being transferred from one team to another, but that the junior officers never properly understood what had happened, and so they might have assumed that something had gone wrong, where in fact it hadn't.
That's absolutely right. Yeah.
And do we see that in
We do, yes.
some of these investigations?
We do, yes.
So there are some investigations where junior officers, years later, suggest or report that they were investigating some allegation of a prominent person, and the investigation was suddenly taken away from them, and they assumed that the investigation was just stopped, but that when you investigated, you discovered that actually it had been transferred, carried on properly, and that junior officer had never been told about it.
Perhaps the apparent deference or hierarchical structure didn't facilitate good communication at that time.
Yes. Just moving on, Mr. Mahaffey, can we go to paragraph 76? It's the over the page on page 20. This is the themes, to the extent one can draw themes, relating to the alleged offending. So we've looked at the themes relating to the allegations of police misconduct.
Yes.
This is that bottom layer, the context, the alleged offending that the police may or may not have been investigating properly at the time.
Yes.
And we've already made the point that this is in fact not what the IOPC were investigating. This simply provided the context for the IOPC investigation. If we can look there at paragraph 78, we see the operations relate to extremely serious allegations of criminal behaviour. Several concern allegations of indecency or sexual assault against young boys. 4 operations relate to the sexual assault and murder of children. 1 operation considered an allegation relating to sexual abuse by a number of prominent persons, but no further specification was provided nor is obtainable. 5 of the underlying criminal allegations were unspecific, but concerned the sexual abuse of children. So, very serious criminal investigations that provided the context for your own investigations into police misconduct.
Yes.
And then just paragraph 79. In addition, several of the operations relate to parties that prominent persons were alleged to have attended, where in some instances it was alleged that abuse of young boys occurred. In one case, a prominent person was said to have hosted parties which were reported to have been attended by boys aged about 15 years. And that is we see in the footnote that is Operation U.
It is.
That was an investigation into allegations relating to Peter Morrison.
They were indeed, yes.
I don't want to go through this section in detail, Mr. Mahaffey. It's there for others to read, yes. But just in summary, the point is made that many of these cases involve alleged criminality relating to institutions or care homes, the like.
Yes, that's correct.
Also, there are a number of the investigations that relate to allegations connected with Elm Guest House.
That's correct.
And there is paragraph 82, a reference to many of the investigations relating to allegations relating to prostitutes, rent boys, and you heard Mr. Altman
yes.
in his opening yesterday making the point about the rather ambiguous term rent boy.
Yes.
And is that something you agree with?
Yes, it is.
And finally, let's just, for completeness, can we look at paragraph 84, please, which I think goes over the page. You say, in addition to the above, several of the allegations have common features or characteristics which justify special or specific comment. And then going over the page, 16 of the cases relate to allegations of a paedophile ring.
Yes.
6 of the allegations concern surveillance operations being carried out by the police. The obscene publication squad is referenced in 4 of the operations, although it's largely incidental in one of them, and then the paedophile information exchange, about which we heard yesterday, is referenced by name in 3 of the operations.
That's correct.
So this is something of the factual context of these investigations.
It is, yes. In summary form.
Yes. Further down the same page, there is a bringing together of the sources of the allegations. So this is the allegations of police misconduct
yes.
we're talking about now. And we just see, if we can just summarise it, we see each of the paragraphs. The first paragraph refers to 17 of the investigations based on allegations made by or information received from former police officers.
That's correct.
So if one wanted to use the term whistleblowers,
yes.
But many of them, if not all of them, I think, are now retired, recalling
yes.
events from a long time previously.
20, 30, 40 years ago.
then just casting our eyes down the page, paragraph 86, a different category, allegations made by members of the public,
Yes.
not including retired police officers, I take it, given what is said at
That's
paragraph
correct.
85, although, yes.
I don't believe so.
No. And then paragraph 87, that a number of the other allegations, 7 of the other allegations, were made through the media.
That's correct.
We see the page below, there is a heading, identity of alleged perpetrators. I don't want to go to this in any detail, but is it right simply to say that several names recur frequently,
They do, yes.
and 2 of the names that recur more frequently than the others are Leon Britton and Cyril Smith?
That's correct, yes.
But you make the point in your report that there is very little that can be read into that simply on its own. One needs to look at the facts of the investigations if one is to understand whether there's any significance in
Yes,
that
you
or
do,
not.
yes.
Then I think lastly for this section, we can go to paragraph 92, so it's at the bottom of page 23.
Yes, this is the
Uh,
time frame.
The time frame. We see here that 32 of the allegations concern the 1970s and 80s,
That's correct.
and 4 of them also refer to the early or mid-90s, further 2 related to the 90s, and then a small number to periods after
Yes.
that. So we've already said, but the focus of these investigations is very much on,
The bulk are within the 70s and 80s.
yes, thank you. And just perhaps to come back to a point we already made, that's the time period for the what is said to have been the police misconduct, the challenged investigations, if I can put it that way.
It
But if
is,
one
yes.
asks the question, when were these complaints made, that's much more recent.
It is.
And can you give a date? All after 2012?
Yes, between 2012 2014.
Yes, thank you. And then I think lastly for this section, Mr. Mahaffey, I just want to take you to the outcomes. There is a section on common themes of evidence, but I'm going to take you to individual investigations, so I don't want to take you through the common themes on evidence. Rather, let's just look at outcomes if we can. So that is page 29. Now, we've spoken already about the procedural stage
Yes.
at which these investigations have reached. Most of them are now finished. But you also referred to the fact that decisions, or a decision maker within the IOPC
Yes.
can, once the investigation is finished, will then consider whether disciplinary or criminal offences are indicated. And that's what's addressed in this outcomes section.
It is, yes.
And at paragraph 121, we see in 36 of the 37 operations, no sufficient evidence has been obtained to support allegations of police misconduct.
That's correct.
Is that still accurate, or are you not aware of that?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And then I think it's the position is broken down a little bit in the next paragraph. 23 of the operations did not identify evidence of the allegation. In 8 cases, this was simply because relevant evidence could not be obtained.
That's correct.
Although of those 8, 5 of the allegations contained inconsistencies or discrepancies that were potentially undermining.
That's correct.
In respect to the other 15 cases, the investigation obtained evidence that undermined the allegations wholly or in part.
Yes.
And then there's just a reference to one operation where, because the relevant officer is now deceased, the matter couldn't be progressed any further.
That's correct.
Now there is in the report, for those who are flicking through it, a section dealing with the local investigations. So that is investigations which were conducted by the Met and not related, without any supervision or management from the IOPC.
That's correct, yes.
That's paragraphs 1, 2, 6 and following, isn't it?
It is, yes.
But that is something that I'm going to ask Commander Roper about later, and I don't want to ask you any questions about that. So, Mr. Mahaffey, that deals with the general points, and it brings us to the details of the individual investigations. And the first one I want to ask you about, please, is Operation Spruce. So for those purposes, can we please go to page 71 of the report, which is one of the summaries at the back of the report, and it's the Operation Spruce summary. It's page 71, Mr. Murphy.
Do you have a tab number?
No, Mr. Murphy, I'm not asking you to go to the Spruce closing report. I'm asking you to go to the Spruce summary within the IOPC report.
I've joined them up.
Let me see. You could try tab 9.
Thank you. Yes, got it. Thank you.
So these summaries are all structured in the same way, aren't they?
They are, yes.
And they start with a description of the allegation.
Yes.
And that's not the underlying criminal allegation, that's the allegation of police misconduct.
It is, yes.
And the allegation here is that a criminal investigation involving a person of public prominence was prevented by senior Metropolitan Police officers because of the possibility of exposing that person's involvement in child sexual abuse.
That's correct, yes.
And the person of public prominence who was alleged to have been protected in this investigation was Peter
Sir
Morrison.
Peter Morrison, yes.
Yes. Now the background is set out there at the second section of the summary. In summary, a member of the public who had been a child in 1983, I think he was 15,
15, yes.
came forward in 2015, I think it was, who described having been raped as a boy of 15.
Yes.
He had living at the time in a village in Sussex,
Yes.
and he described a well-dressed man from London. I think his car broke down in this village.
Correct, yes.
And the boy had initially helped to fix his car.
Keep an eye on his car.
And subsequently, this man had returned and persuaded him to go back to London with him, where the boy alleged that he had been raped and abused by this man and others. That's from memory. And the point being that the account given by this now man in 2015 was that at the time he and his family had reported the events to the police.
They had.
There'd been an investigation, the boy
Yes.
gave a witness statement, and sometime later the police came back to him and his family and told him that the individual, the man who had attacked him, had been caught, convicted, sent to prison.
Yes.
They brought some of his clothes that they'd
They did.
found in the man's house back to him.
Yes.
And as far as the family, the boy and his family were concerned, that was the end of the matter.
Yes.
But many years later, following the renewed interest in Westminster child abuse cases, the now man saw reports of Elm Guest House and Peter Morrison in particular, and thought he recognised the picture of Peter Morrison as the man
That's
who had
correct.
raped him.
Yes.
And he then made inquiries and saw that Peter Morrison had never been convicted of any sort of sexual abuse, certainly not rape, and put two and two together and drew the conclusion that, in fact, the police had lied to him,
Yes.
and that they had simply fobbed him off by telling him that the man had been convicted and, in truth, he hadn't been, and that Peter Morrison had been protected.
That's correct.
And this was a story which gained some prominence. Indeed, it was reported in the Daily Telegraph, or Sunday Telegraph, I think it was. Can we call that up, please? It's at INQ 004075. So this is the Sunday Telegraph from the 3rd of January 2015.
Yes.
And the account that I've just outlined is given, the description of how this man was taken to London and assaulted If we can go on to the next page, we see the description of the incident, and we see about 4 or 5 paragraphs down the man's father remembering the guy said he had homes in Chester and London, but he never told us he was an MP. He seemed nice, very well spoken and nicely presented. I allowed my son to go with him. That's when the man invited him to go to London.
Yes.
I suppose you just trusted people more in those days. Then there's the account of, if we go over the page, of the attack, and the account being that, in fact, this boy now thought that he'd been taken to the Elm Guest House.
Mm-hmm.
There's then the reference to the boy and his parents reporting the incident to the police, and Scotland Yard detectives, towards the bottom of the page we're now on, Scotland Yard detectives arriving at the house and taking a statement from the boy. And at that stage, all he knew about the man was that he was called Peter the Barrister. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then if we can go on to the next page, please, we see a picture of, I think that's Elm Guest House, isn't it?
Yes.
And the description of the police returning to the boy and telling him that the individual had been convicted and he'd been sent to prison for 2 years and there was nothing to worry about.
Yes, that's correct.
And then 4 or 5 paragraphs up from the bottom, if we can go back to the text, please. In paragraph, if we can just enlarge the bottom of the page, it was only a number of years later that the alleged victim says he recognised Morrison as an MP in the Thatcher government and discovered he'd never in fact served any prison sentence. Frightened that he would not be believed, he says he enjoyed more than 3 decades of torment as he tried to rebuild his life. Now he says he's decided to come forward again after watching victims of Jimmy Savile telling their stories. And then this, I believe that Morrison was a high-profile guy, so he got away with it. Either the police were paid off or they hushed it up because he was an MP. That's the allegation of police misconduct.
That is.
And that was the allegation that was investigated by the as a managed investigation by the IOPC. Clearly an extremely serious allegation. And as we see, if we can go back now, please, to the IOPC report on page 71. On this occasion, the investigators were able to locate documents relating to the case.
Yes, they were. They were able to identify the victim's original statement and equally confirm the identity of a man who had been arrested and charged with the offence on this particular individual.
And convicted.
And convicted.
And that person was not Peter Morrison.
No, that was John Harrison.
What steps were then taken towards the complainant?
All the information that Operation Winterkey had gleaned was in effect shared with the complainant to give him some reassurance. He nevertheless continued to raise a number of questions, particularly around what he had been told by the officers who had returned to his address with some of his clothing.
Yes.
I think that the conversation suggested that they told him that the individual had gone to prison for 2 years, when in fact it looks like he was placed on probation for a year, as opposed to having gone to prison for 2 years. That was probably one of the main issues, I think, that concerned the victim.
The main remaining issue.
Remaining issue,
Because the
yes.
core issue, which had been that he'd been told a complete
Yes.
lie, and that he'd been told
That
that
wasn't the case.
that his attacker had been caught, when in fact he was just being covered up. That was established as not being the case.
Yes.
And I think it's right that he was shown a photograph of the man who had actually attacked him, and
He
then
was, yes.
accepted that that was in fact the person who had done it.
That's correct.
And so in this particular investigation, it was established that this very public allegation that was made against Peter Morrison in the press was without any foundation at all.
Unfounded.
Thank you. Chair, would that be a moment to have our morning break?
Yes, we'll return at 11:30.
Thank you.
Sit.
Mr. Mahaffey, we had finished with Operation Spruce, and can I ask you now to look at Operation Bonsai? Got it. You've got it. Well done. For the screen, it's page 40 of the IOPC report, please. Internal page 40. And if we can just enlarge, first of all, the allegation and background sections. This was an operation, Mr. Mahaffey, we see where the allegation, that is the allegation of police misconduct, was that evidence relating to a criminal investigation involving persons of public prominence was suppressed.
That's correct.
Because of the possibility of exposing their involvement in a paedophile ring. Now we see from the background section just below that the persons of public prominence who it is said were protected in this way were Cyril Smith and Leon Britton. Is that
That's
right?
correct, yes.
And the account that was given, and we see that this is one of those cases where it was a retired Metropolitan Police officer who made the allegation.
That's correct.
The account that he gave was that he was involved, he was seconded onto an investigation in the late 1970s involving an allegation that a young boy had been sexually abused by men.
That's correct.
And it was alleged that the boy had identified Cyril Smith and Leon Britton as two of the men involved, and that the night before the team were due to go and make arrests, or at least apply for arrest warrants. No, sorry, it was the execution of arrest warrants.
Execution, yes.
A senior officer had entered the office and told them that the job was closed because of instructions from above.
That's correct.
So do we see here one of those features we discussed this morning, the deference, the instructions from superior officers and so on?
I think that's an example of it, yes.
And looking further down the summary, can you describe what investigative steps were taken and what was demonstrated to have been the case in this investigation?
Operation Winter Key interviewed the officer who first made the allegation, and they then sought to interview all those that this particular individual named who were part of the investigation that he has talked about.
Just pausing there, I think by my count, I'm not going to take you to the underlying material, but I think it's right, there were 8 officers who were interviewed, either because they'd been named by the officer who made the complaint, or possibly because, for whatever reason, it was felt they might have some evidence to offer in
That's
this investigation.
Correct. I think it was a case where one named another who named another, and there were at least 8, I think.
Exactly, and I think there were 2 other officers who would have been interviewed, but they were traced and found to have been deceased.
That's correct, yes.
And so here we have an allegation, the retired officer who made the allegation being interviewed, and then a further 8 officers.
That's correct.
Is that I mean, from your from your review of all the cases, is that typical, or
it's not dissimilar and features in quite a few.
That sort of number
pattern
of officers being interviewed?
It does vary, but certainly I think the report identifies the extent that Winter Key went to try and identify. And I think equally in some of the other investigations, while you might have the same number of names to research and investigate, it's not always you'll get that higher number who actually are able to respond.
Yes. And what was the what were the fruits of those inquiries? What did the officers who were interviewed say?
All the officers spoken to had no knowledge of any prior mention of either Cyril Smith or Leon Britton. There was equally no knowledge that there was any stop put on the execution of any search warrants.
Sorry, I think it was arrest warrants.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, arrest warrants.
Yes.
And I think equally what the officers have done is explain their part in what was seen as a successful investigation into an area of East London where apparently runaway children from the north of England were congregating and thereafter being groomed and sexually abused. And I think the outcome was that there was a successful investigation which resulted in a number of convictions of individuals.
So far from the suggestion being that the investigation had, as it were, been closed down, the evidence showed that the investigation had continued. Arrests were made, convictions
They
obtained.
were, yes. And equally, none of the officers, to my recollection, none of the officers have recall ever hearing mention of Cyril Smith or Leon Britton.
Or any suggestion that
any other person
that anyone had been
public
protected,
prominence. No.
or that any investigative
That's
step that
correct.
should have been taken hadn't been taken.
That's correct.
And I think we see from the summary that this was one of those cases where there were documents still available.
Yes, there were. The documents were examined, and I think they set out a number of addresses that were searched, further victims identified, and additional suspects were charged and convicted as a consequence of the action taken.
Yes, thank you. So they're a complaint which was able to be investigated, and
Yes.
and so far as one could see, it couldn't be corroborated.
That's correct.
I mean, just before we leave that, there's another point, isn't there, Mr. Mahaffey? When I asked you about the generic work that was done about which politicians' names came up most frequently, it was these two, Cyril Smith and Leon Britton.
It is those two.
And the point perhaps being that one can't simply look at the number of times they come up. One has to look at the details of the investigations
Yes.
in which they came up,
Yes.
because both names appear here, but here, after a thorough investigation, there was no suggestion that in fact those two individuals had featured in the investigation, or that they'd been protected.
There's no mention anywhere else other than by the officer who made the initial allegation.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I want to turn now away from Operation Bonsai and to 4 operations which will feature when we hear evidence tomorrow.
Okay.
What these cases have in common is that they are all cases where the allegation that was made was that police officers were told to cease investigating child sexual abuse allegations by more senior officers because of the involvement of persons of public prominence, so very much the same area as Operation Bonsai. The cases in question and the officers who are to be called to give evidence tomorrow, first of all, there is Operations Jordana and Operation Ossia, which are connected.
Yes.
We'll go to them in a moment. But as you know, the two officers who are giving evidence in relation to those two cases are Howard Groves and Andrew
Yes.
Surplus. Then I will ask you about Operation Beach, which was the operation into allegations made by Mr. Glenn.
Yes.
And then finally, there's Operation Sycamore. Those were the allegations made by Paul Fulston, if you
Yes.
remember. So we'll take them in that order. And if we can start then with Operations Jordana and Ossia. Now, for these purposes, I'm going to ask you to look at the closing reports for the investigations rather than the summary in the IOPC report. And perhaps, first of all, we can just call them up on the screen. So the Operation Jordana closing report is IPC 000842. I will take you back to this document, Mr. Mahaffey, shortly, but just for present purposes, that is the closing report in Operation Jordana, is it not?
It is, yes.
And Chair, we invite you to adduce this document in its entirety into evidence before the inquiry. And secondly, can we just go, for these purposes, to the Operation Ossia closing report, which is IPC 000848. That, Mr. Mahaffey, that is the similar closing report for Operation Ossia.
It is, yes.
And Chair, we invite you to adduce that document into evidence as well. Now, Mr. Mahaffey, these two operations are closely connected, are they not?
They are, yes.
The larger of the two investigations was Operation Jordana, which covered a number of allegations which all related, as we will see, to the criminal investigation in Piccadilly Circus, which was known as Operation Circus in the 1980s.
Yes, and the 4 people making the allegations are all former police officers.
Yes. We'll come to the details of it in a moment, just to orientate ourselves.
Yes.
Operation Ossia was a more limited investigation into one series of allegations made by Mr. Groves.
That's correct.
Whose allegations are in fact addressed in Operation Jordana.
They are.
Not. And it seems that the reason why his allegations were initially treated separately was because he didn't immediately link them, his memory of instructions being given, to Operation Circus.
That's correct.
And as we'll see, that's perhaps one example of the vagueness of some of these allegations that are made. Not necessarily any criticism of the officer.
No.
He may simply have a memory of being told something at some time. Understandably, many years later, he can't necessarily narrow it down to the particular operation.
That's correct.
And that, of course, feeds into the problem you mentioned before the break, that one can't even necessarily, when one is looking for corroboration, one doesn't necessarily know exactly which operation it was that one is concerned with.
That's correct.
So those are the two operations, and we'll spend most of our time looking at the Operation Jordana document. But as I've said, before we look at that, the context was a criminal investigation into male prostitution and the associated criminality in Piccadilly Circus.
That's correct.
In 1984.
That's correct. I think there were identified individuals who'd returned to the area, and the allegations focused on their attempts to groom and sexually abuse young men who were in the area, or young boys in the area of Piccadilly Circus.
Piccadilly Circus is a venue we hear about in many of these investigations. Yes. And as you say, as one reads the report, the investigation, the Operation Circus investigation in 1984, was investigating people who had been the subject of an earlier investigation, which was Operation Playland in the 1970s.
That's correct.
And that is a world, a time that's described in Anthony Daly's book that Mr. Henson referred to earlier. But we don't need to go into the fine detail of it for these purposes, but what seems to have been the position is that two of the men who were convicted back in the 70s in Operation Playland had subsequently served their period of imprisonment and been released.
And returned.
And we were seen again in Piccadilly Circus,
yes,
trying to groom young boys. And that was what gave rise to the investigation Operation Circus.
That was the impetus that set it rolling, yeah.
And we will see references in the document when we come to it to the fact that Operation Circus in the 1980s had various different elements to it. Perhaps not unlike other investigations, it developed.
Yes, it did.
It took unexpected courses.
Yes.
But there was a period of time when there was a surveillance operation in Piccadilly Circus. There came a time when arrests were made.
The arrest phase, yeah.
And at that time, arrests were not only made relating to the rent boys and those grooming them in Piccadilly Circus, but there was also a connection with a man in Ealing. Who
there was a photographer.
Yes. Can you tell us a bit more about that, just in general terms?
Yes, I think during the course of the surveillance operation, the officers clearly identified another individual who lived in Ealing, who, as it transpired, was a photographer. And I think when the search and arrest phase came to be, within his house, he was found to have in his possession a considerable amount of child pornography. And that led to further inquiries, the investigation developing further through into the next stage and the next stage.
Exactly. So when and I think the suspicion was that he had taken at least some or many of the photographs
Yes.
that were found in his house.
Yes.
And so, as you say, an operation which had started focusing in Piccadilly Circus then became an operation
It evolved.
that was trying to identify the children in the
Yes,
photographs.
that's correct.
And also there was interest in this man's house.
There was.
To see if anyone
Turned up.
who turned up who might be under suspicion.
That's correct.
That was the context.
That was.
And perhaps that sets enough of the story. If we can turn to the Jordana closing report then, so that's IPC 000842. and look at paragraph 4, which is, sorry, it's on page 2 of the document. And we see it said here, the impetus for Operation Jordan originated from 4 sources: retired Detective Sergeant Mike Platt, retired Inspector Andy Surplice, retired Detective Chief Inspector Howard Groves. Pausing there, it's Mr. Surplice and Mr. Groves who will be giving evidence tomorrow,
Yes.
and therefore it's their accounts within this document that we'll be focusing on. But the 4th man was retired Constable, sorry, the 4th officer was retired Constable Gillian Dark. And the paragraph states, these officers were all involved in Operation Circus at different stages of the operation and have individually expressed concerns and opinions about the operation based upon the scope and extent of their involvement. And then it says the summary of the individual allegations is set out below. Just for context, I think it's right, and I think we'll see as we go on, that Mr. Surplice and Mr. Groves were both involved in that later phase of the operation.
Yes, they were.
Which was all to do with the photographs in Ealing.
That's correct.
But if we can then drop down and just look at the bottom 2 bullet points on the page, which summarise Mr. Groves's allegations. Now there's a brackets there, Mr. Groves, Operation Ossia. We've explained the fact that
Yes.
these were allegations he had made, which rather late in the day it was realised actually related to Operation Circus.
That's
It says
correct.
that Groves had been involved in Operation Circus at a later stage and recalled that whilst at a briefing given by a senior officer, the senior officer told them if they identified any prominent members of society in the investigation, the inquiry would cease. Groves believed this was a reference to MPs, royalty or other distinguished individuals. And then there's the explanation we've already touched on. Mr. Groves's concerns had not initially been identified as part of Operation Circus. They were separately investigated under Operation Ossia, but they're referred to here
Subsequently linked.
because it had been realised that actually the facts that he was explaining were indeed Operation Circus.
That's correct.
And just before we leave that, it's important to note exactly what the allegation Mr. Groves made. He didn't say that, as in, for example, in Operation Bonsai, that the operation had been closed down because they'd come across someone important. It was rather that he had a briefing that if they came across anyone important, it would have to close down.
That's correct.
So that was his allegation, and we'll come to that. If we can then go over the page and look at just Mr. Surplice's, the summary of Mr. Surplice's allegation.
Yes, he was at the photographer's address after the arrest and search phase. And
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. It's
That's
actually, can we, it's the bottom, the last 2 bullet points on page 3, so it's headed Andy Surplice. Yes, Mr. Mahaffey, do carry on.
and I think in this case, Andy Surplice was at the address, and he, in effect, was there to deal with any callers to the address following the photographer's arrest and the exhibits being recovered. And I think he questions why nobody turned up at the address and suggests that perhaps somebody had been tipped off that the police were there or about the wider police investigation.
Yes, so it's a different allegation to Mr.
It is,
Groves,
yes.
but it's another allegation, a suspicion he had of some sort of
Yes.
police misconduct to do with protecting
That's correct.
prominent people. Let's look first of all at the way in which the investigation looked at what Mr. Groves had said. And Mr. Mahaffey, you will recall that Mr. Groves's allegations were made public in the newspapers, and
So
we
I
looked.
understand, yes.
I'm not going to go back to that now, but we looked at newspaper article yesterday in which he made that allegation very publicly. As we've seen in Operation Bonsai, a large number of officers were spoken to, were they not?
They were, yes.
Officers who were involved in that early stage of the investigation, and also
Yes.
officers who were involved in the later stage relating to Ealing.
Yes, that's correct.
And
I think, sorry to interrupt, I think there were a large, I think there's up to 50 officers mentioned who may have been part of the whole of Operation Circus during the time the investigation went on, and I think the Winterkey officers identified specifically those who they thought may be able to assist.
We'll be able to do the count ourselves. On this one I haven't counted, but it is certainly more officers than in Operation Bonsai. It's something like 10 or 20
It's a bigger operation.
officers whose evidence is recorded in this summary.
Yes.
And they were all asked about the allegations that had been made.
That's correct.
And I think it's right to say that none of them recalled Operation Circus actually coming across any prominent people.
That's correct.
Of course, as we've already said, in fact, Mr. Groves didn't say that they had.
No.
He didn't say it was closed down because they'd come across someone important. He said he'd been told it would be closed down
Yes.
if they came across someone important. But these officers who were asked about the operation were also asked about that allegation.
They were.
And whether they'd had any knowledge of that.
That's correct.
And what was their response in summary?
In general terms, they, my memory is that the majority of them don't recollect any such conversation or suggestion or indication, and I think in the majority of those spoken to, yes, they comment that nobody, no person of public prominence turned up anyway, but if they had have done, we would have dealt with him or her accordingly.
Yes.
I think that's the general theme.
Okay, and by
throughout.
accordingly, you mean without fear or favour?
Without fear or favour.
I just want to take you to, as I've said, one of the reasons we've reduced this document into evidence is because it's very long,
Yes.
and all the material in it is important. But I just want to take you to 2 or 3 references, and the evidence that 2, perhaps some quite significant officers in the operation gave about this.
Yes.
Can we first of all just go to page 18, 1.8, and look at paragraph 91. Now this is just to introduce the 2 officers I'm going to ask you about. As it happens, this is a part of the evidence given by an officer called Steve Kershaw.
Yes.
The reason I've taken you to this is because he explains some of the personalities within Operation Circus.
He does.
And I won't read paragraph 91 out, but what I suggest we can see from it is he's referred to a man called Detective Superintendent Colin Reeve as being in overall charge.
Yes.
And we see him being referred to elsewhere as the SIO, the Senior Investigating Officer.
Yes.
Does that tally with your
It
understanding?
does, yes.
And then further up in that paragraph, Mr. Kershaw refers to Inspector John Hoodless as being in operational command, and Mike Platt, who is a sergeant, as hands-on supervisor.
That's correct.
Now, from your police experience, does that hierarchy make sense to you?
It
a
does,
detective
yes.
superintendent who's the senior investigating officer
Yes.
making the decisions, the sort of strategic decisions in the
Yes,
operation?
strategically, yes.
And below him, an inspector who's described as being an operational command, but a day-to-day
Yes.
command, would that be?
That's correct, yes.
And then below him, a sergeant who's hands-on supervisor, as Mr.
Absolutely.
Kershaw described.
Yes.
I want to take you to the evidence that Mr. Reeve and Mr. Hoodless, so respectively the SIO and
Yes.
the inspector, gave on this issue about Mr. Groves' allegations. So first of all, Mr. Reeve, and for those purposes, if we can go back to it's page 13, paragraphs 59 and 60. Now there's a lengthy section which describes his evidence, but it's these 2 paragraphs which deal with the if we can just call it this, the Groves allegation. It says Reeves was specifically asked whether there had been a strategy in place to deal with prominent persons if or when they came to notice. He said there had not been a strategy for this because the operation had been focused on a group of known suspects kept under surveillance over a period of time. That's the 2
Yes,
returning
it is, yes.
men from Playland. He said the suspects were successfully arrested, charged and put before the courts, which we've heard about.
That's correct.
Reeve also said if any persons of prominence had come to notice, they would have been dealt with in the same way as any other suspect.
That's correct.
That's the point you've made.
It is.
And then the next paragraph, when asked about the briefing described by Howard Groves, And we can recall from the newspaper article we saw yesterday that Mr. Groves was referring to a briefing given by a senior officer.
Yes.
And clearly Mr. Reeve was, if you like, the senior officer,
He was.
the SIO. He said he did not give such a briefing and felt it unlikely that anyone else would have done so, given that he was the SIO.
Yes.
He said he did not recall an officer by the name of Groves, perhaps unsurprisingly, after all these years.
Yes.
So that was the account that Mr. Reeve gave.
Yes.
Now let us go forward and see the account Mr. Hoodless gave. And so for those purposes we need to turn to page 15, please. And if we could enlarge paragraphs 69 to 72. Mr. Hoodless gives a slightly different account.
He does, yes.
We see at the beginning of 69, he says, prior to starting, Hoodless recalled getting together with the team socially in a pub
Yes.
where they loosely discussed tactics. When asked, he said they did discuss the prospect of encountering high-profile people and believed that to do so would potentially endanger the operation, possibly getting it shut down. They wanted to focus on what he referred to as the street rats, the children victimised in the process by adult suspects.
Yes.
So at this operational level, there does seem to be an anticipation, first of all, that they might come across prominent people, and secondly, a concern that if they did so, they might get shut down.
It may, yes.
And we see, reading on, he, that is Mr. Hoodless, was asked to clarify his position on the discussion regarding high-profile suspects and what he would have done should one of the team have encountered such a situation. Hoodless said that he would have discussed it with the team and also Colin Reeve, that's the SIO,
Correct.
so that a collective decision could be made. He was asked to consider whether their first meeting in the pub when high-profile suspects were considered may have unwittingly created a policy decision not to pursue high-profile persons. Hoodless said, and this is quoted, "We agreed we would not go for high-profile people because we were worried that we might have been shut down, as it might not have been in the public interest if we were to come up with politicians' names or people at Buckingham Palace, so we didn't do it. We were aware that we had a number of suspects to target and wanted to focus on what we called the street rats." And then he adds, "That said, we never came across any high-profile people during the operation, not one."
Yes.
That isn't a million miles away from what Mr. Groves said.
No, it isn't.
And then just continuing, he said his statement makes it clear he had concerns about taking on establishment figures and the potential risks this may have added to the operation. He added he did not have any direct experience that such encounters would be problematic, but considered the prospect as a common sense probability. He went on to confirm that no high-profile suspects were ever identified in the operation.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that, although I've taken you to Mr. Reeve and Mr. Hoodless, it's Mr. Hoodless who is, as it were, on a limb here. Most of the other officers, if not all of them, are very much more in line with what Mr. Reeve said, simply that they wouldn't have
Yes,
countenanced
that's correct.
treating important people any differently, and that there was no suggestion of it. But it remains the case that Mr. Hoodless, who was an important person in this investigation,
That's correct.
does recall having this discussion and had the views that he had. And it's notable that he seems to have been concerned not to have his investigation into what he describes as the street rats, as it were, blown off course by getting involved with prominent people.
And equally, he adds that it's something he would have to take upwards
Yes.
for other people to make the decision, whatever decisions were to be made.
And he names Superintendent Reeve
does.
as the person he would have taken it
Yes.
up with, and perhaps we know what would have happened if he had taken it up with
Yes.
Superintendent Reeve from Mr. Reeve's evidence.
Yes.
In any event, there it is. One of the references we just looked at referred to the fact that, in fact, Operation Circus was very successful. It certainly wasn't shut down or anything like it.
wasn't, no.
Not that Mr. Groves suggested that. But we can see, if we can please turn to page 37 within the bundle, within this document, at paragraph 200, we just see that made good. we can see that from the examination of available records and evidence provided, that there were some 31 suspects arrested, charged and convicted across the whole of Operation Circus, which, as we've discussed, had a number of different elements to it. And then, finally, if we look and see the conclusions that this investigation drew about the allegations made by Mr. Groves and also by Mr. Surplice, if we can turn to, or call up, page 39, please. First of all, if we look at paragraph 212, the concerns put forward by Groves regarding a briefing given by a senior officer cannot be given any provenance. No other officers interviewed support this statement, leaving the matter beyond further proportionate investigation. Would you regard what Mr. Hoodless said as supporting in any way what Mr. Groves alleged?
Yes, it does.
So maybe this conclusion needs to be qualified to that extent.
Yes, it does.
And then moving on to paragraph 213, we haven't touched so much on Mr. Surplice, but there's a full analysis of his allegations and what could be made of them here. The concerns raised by Mr. Surplice that punters may have been tipped off about the police raid at the photographer's address have only been raised by him. So we know that a similar exercise was done of asking officers who were involved in that part of the investigation, and none of them supported what Mr. Surplice said.
That's correct.
Reading on, no evidence has been uncovered that provides any insight into the expected amount of traffic at the photographer's address. No details exist of operational briefings given to the officers policing the address. This aspect is therefore difficult to assess. The lack of punters could have any number of explanations.
It could.
And then the paragraph goes on to make the point that, in fact, it was really just Mr. Surplice who drew this inference. The fact that no one come through the door meant that they'd all been tipped off and that wasn't a sound.
There's nothing to support that.
That's right. So that was the conclusion about those two core allegations. Just before we leave Operation Jordana, you may recall that when we looked at the article in the it was in the Daily Mail, I think, yesterday, which recorded what Mr. Groves had said to the press, having described the briefing that he said he received to the effect that the investigation would have to finish if they came across anyone of prominence. He then went on to say that he believed that that message, if you like, that instruction had come from very high up, and he said that he thought it must have come from another very senior officer, Commander Lloyd Hughes.
Yes.
I don't think he was suggesting that the briefing itself came from Mr. Lloyd Hughes, but rather the instruction to give the briefing, if you like. Now, I think Mr. Ottman mentioned in our opening yesterday that there is some inconsistency between the different accounts that Mr. Groves has given about how sure he is about Mr. Lloyd Hughes' involvement. And I don't want to get into all of that. Mr. Groves can give us his evidence on all of that tomorrow. But I think before we leave this report, it's right to say that Operation Jordana also investigated allegations of possible misconduct against Mr. Lloyd Hughes.
That's correct, yes, in relation to him entering a cell where property had been stored, having been recovered by the Operation Circus team. That's
right. And just for context, Mr. Lloyd Hughes was a commander. So
he was, yes.
A very senior officer within the Metropolitan Police. I showed you that paragraph which showed the line of command within Operation Jordana. Obviously, Operation Circus. That didn't go as high as a commander. But are you aware of any evidence that Mr. Lloyd Hughes did in fact have any sort of operational control over this investigation?
I'm not aware of that, no.
But he does seem to have been working in the same area.
Yes, definitely.
And as you say, there was an allegation of misconduct against him, that he had interfered with property obtained in the course of the investigation. In fact, I think was it in fact the photographs recovered from the Ealing address, or was that not?
I don't know.
No.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Or maybe that doesn't matter. But can we just look at page 40 of the report, please? Just to complete this section. And paragraph 215, if we can bring that up. The conclusion is, based upon the findings in this inquiry, no evidence has been uncovered that supports the allegations that evidence was suppressed in Operation Circus, or the list of suspects was not pursued because of their status. Whilst there is evidence that Commander Trevor Lloyd Hughes entered a police cell at Vine Street Police Station and viewed property seized in Circus, that's Operation Circus, there is no evidence he actively interfered with the property or that his actions had any negative impact on the outcome of Circus. And the point is made in the report that he may have had a legitimate reason for wanting to look at that property.
Possibly.
Although it seems that he didn't access it by standard means.
No.
It's
And
right.
I would suggest it's highly unusual.
Highly unusual. Mr. Lloyd Hughes died some years ago, so he wasn't able to give his account of these events. Thank you. That's all I want to ask about Operation Jordana, Mr. Mahaffey. Moving on to Operation Beach. Now, this operation related to allegations made by retired Superintendent Robert Glenn.
Yes.
Do you have the closing
I do,
report?
yes.
Perhaps we could call it up. It is IPC 000838. Mr. Mahaffey, this is the closing report into Operation Beach.
It is, yes.
I think it was Operation Beach, the summary of Operation Beach that I took you to at the beginning of your evidence this morning.
It is, yes.
And that was the summary at the back of the IOPC report. This is the closing report itself. And the evidence you gave this morning was that this operation, although it hadn't finished in November, it has now been completed.
It has, yes.
And as I say, this is the closing report into that operation. And Chair, we invite you to adduce this entire document into evidence for the purposes of the investigation. Mr. Mahaffey, the allegation in this investigation were made against or about the conduct of another senior officer, on this occasion someone called Chief Superintendent Diver.
That's correct.
And he is also, like Mr. Lloyd Hughes, now deceased.
He is.
And was not able to play any part in this investigation. There were three allegations in this investigation. One of them that was of particular significance for our purposes is that a criminal investigation into Cyril Smith was stopped on the orders of Mr. Diver.
That's correct.
And there are other misconduct matters, but it's the focus for our concern is that issue about Cyril Smith.
That's correct.
Can we go to, if we zoom in on paragraph 3 on the page we're looking at, in fact, that summarises what I've just said, that Mr. Glenn reported 3 matters relating to Diver. The 2 were misconduct matters. We'll come back to those at the end.
Yes.
But the one that is of more interest is, it referred to in the last sentence, this inquiry has focused on allegations that Diver may have suppressed evidence relating to the now deceased MP, Cyril Smith.
That's correct.
Just give me a moment. And so, yes, if we can go over the page, there's a fuller description of the allegation at paragraph 4. So Glenn, that's the complainant who we'll hear evidence from tomorrow, first became concerned whilst his team had been running a surveillance operation on Smith, which was said to produce evidence justifying Smith's arrest in connection with child sex offences. When Glenn reported the matter to Diver, he apparently told Glenn to cease the investigation because of the potential political fallout. Glenn said he sought a review of Diver's decision from a police commander, in other words, a superior officer
Yes.
to Mr. Diver, who was said to have told Glenn that he would support the decision made by Diver.
That's correct.
So that was the allegation made by Mr. Glenn. That was what Operation Beach investigated.
That's correct.
These events were said to have taken place in the late 1970s, I think.
That's correct.
And we see from the evidence gathered in the investigation that Mr. Glenn, at the time in question, was an inspector in the Vice Unit
He was,
at
yes.
West End Central Police Station. And the account, in summary, the account that Mr. Glenn gave was that the investigation against Cyril Smith, which was said subsequently to have been stopped, had been initiated by one of his sergeants.
That's
I
correct.
think he named two of his sergeants and said he thought it was one
David Stockley and David Biddle? Or
of them. No, I think,
Peter Lamb and Rich Griffin?
yes, it was Griffin and Lamb.
Big pun.
Mr. Glenn, the account he gave was that the investigation into Mr. Smith having been initiated by one of his sergeants
Yes.
took place, gathered evidence, and that the investigation reached the stage where they considered they had sufficient evidence to apply for a warrant to arrest Cyril
An
Smith.
arrest warrant.
Although Mr. Glenn says he couldn't remember any of the details of what it was they were investigating or what evidence they had. But what he did remember was that they'd reached that point in the investigation where they were
Yes.
ready, as it were, to apply for an arrest warrant. And it was at that point that Mr. Glenn discussed the investigation with Mr. Diver, who was at that stage, I think, temporarily
He was.
a superior
Yes.
officer in the unit. And if we can go perhaps to page 4 of the report, we can see exactly what Mr. Glenn said, starting, if we can just look at paragraphs 19 through to 21. We see Glenn did not recall the specifics of the evidence regarding Smith, that's a point I've made, but he did recall presenting the evidence verbally to Diver and telling him he wished to make an application for a warrant to arrest Smith. Glenn said Diver expressed alarm at the proposal, indicating that to go ahead would cause political disruption. Glenn said he was told by Diver to cease his operation immediately. He said he tried to argue his case, but Diver point blank refused the authority.
That's correct.
And this comes back to the point we mentioned this morning about deference, doesn't it? I mean, here we're dealing with an inspector and I think a superintendent.
Yes.
On this occasion, what we see is that Mr. Glenn did not simply take the knockback, but that he actually escalated the matter to Mr. Diver's superior.
He did.
Just carrying on the story, at paragraph 20, Glenn said that following Diver's decision, he spoke with the sergeant responsible for providing the initial information, who he believed was Richard Griffin. And as we've said, he earlier identified two sergeants.
He did.
So there are two possibilities. He said Griffin's reaction to this news and the reaction of the team involved was one of dismay and disappointment. But then going on, following discussions with the sergeant, Glenn considered his position regarding the Smith investigation and took it upon him to consult with, and then the name's been removed, but that person was Mr. Divers' senior
Yes.
officer. It was Glenn's hope that this man would review Divers' early decision. He reported that this man did not review the case and apparently informed Glenn that he would stand by the decision made by Diver. And in fact, just the first sentence of the next paragraph we see, Glenn said that following this, no further action was taken in that particular investigation.
That's correct.
So that was the account that Mr. Glenn gave, and that was what was investigated by this IOPC investigation. And as we've seen with other investigations, the first step, or at least one of the steps that was taken, was to locate and interview the officers who, as it were around Mr. Glenn at the time. To
The
try and
officers who were named by Mr. Glenn.
So starting with the officers who he
Yes.
named, and then spreading out to
Yes.
some of the officers that they named, or that records suggested
correct.
might have been involved. And what was the evidence that was provided by those officers?
I
In
think
summary.
Yes, in summary, the officers, including the senior officer, did not recall a surveillance operation involving Cyril Smith, nor were they aware that any operations had been stopped in circumstances that may have indicated otherwise.
And some of them did remember Mr. Glenn.
They did, yes.
So, including, I think, at least one of his two sergeants.
Yes.
So there was a level of confidence that, as it were, you'd found the right people.
Yes.
But, as you say, they didn't recall an investigation into Smith, and they didn't recall a cover-up. You mentioned the senior officer.
Yes.
Perhaps let's look at the account of his evidence. If we can go to page 8 of the document, please. It's at the bottom, and it goes over onto the next page, so it's 47 and 48. So this was the senior officer, describes how he was contacted. Paragraph 48, the officer said he did remember Neil Diver as Chief Superintendent at Vine Street. He didn't remember Robert Glenn. This man did not remember Robert Glenn. And he said he didn't recall being involved in or consulted on any allegations involving Cyril Smith. And then if we can go over to the next page, please, the first 2 paragraphs of that page. And here we see the detail of this officer rejecting Mr. Glenn's account. He said that Smith, that Cyril Smith, was a well-known MP at the time, always in the media. He said that had such circumstances ever occurred, he would not have dealt with him in what he described as the cavalier way suggested by Glenn. Is that, do you think, a reference to Glenn's account that he simply didn't want to get involved?
I would suggest that what the commander is indicating is that the approach Glenn was suggesting in obtaining an arrest warrant for Cyril Smith was cavalier.
I see.
That would be mine.
I see. So, and in what respect?
Well, perhaps he's suggesting that this is something which required a considerable amount of forethought and decision making, as opposed to an officer coming to him and saying, "Look, I want to get this search warrant."
And why? What was it about that case, do you think, in your view, that would have required that sort of forethought and planning?
I think the mere fact that you had a person of such public prominence, you would have expected there to have been some considerable forethought gone into, and it's not clear how much. I think Mr. Glenn isn't able to give any detail around what the evidence was to support the allegation in the first place, or to support the application for the arrest warrant in the first place. So I think my interpretation of that is that the former commander is saying, well, it's the effect of, we needed to think this through, perhaps.
And just to be clear, Mr. Mahaffey, you're helping us by trying to understand what the former commander said. But, and the practical effect of what you're saying is that if Cyril Smith was going to be arrested back in the 1970s, at least on this man's view, it needed to be done carefully, perhaps,
any such person, I would suggest, would need to be. I think the difficulty with the investigation, with this investigation, is the fact that we don't have access to the evidence supporting the application for the warrant.
No.
That's
it
what
makes it
me
very
wondering.
difficult.
Yes, I accept that.
But what I want to be clear about is the approach that you're trying to explain. Is that another species of the approach that says because he's a famous person, we mustn't arrest him?
No.
Well, can you explain that?
No. I think it's again, I'm going on 4 words here, 5 words here. I think perhaps the commander's comments, he's thinking to himself, well, hang on a minute. you know, we need to find out a bit more about this. We need to understand fully what we're doing. That's all. It's my interpretation of what the commander is saying in those words.
So the fact that Cyril Smith is a prominent, well-known person doesn't mean that one shouldn't arrest him.
Absolutely not.
But
Yeah,
perhaps it means
absolutely.
one needs to make particularly careful preparations before you arrest him.
Yes. Be sure of the facts.
And in fact, perhaps that feeds into the point made in the next paragraph, which is that this commander, a senior officer, says that in fact he doesn't remember this happening, but if something like that had happened, in fact he would have escalated it to levels above him,
Yes.
rather than just making a decision. And that there's an echo there of the point you're making, I think.
Yes.
Thank you. So I think that just to finish then with Operation Beach, can I ask, just in terms of the allegation about Mr. Glenn's allegation about Mr. Diver stopping the operation, can we go to paragraph 67, so it's page 13, towards the end of the report. So it says there is a clear conflict between the evidence provided by Glenn and that of other officers who worked with or alongside him. Not one other officer recalls an investigation involving Cyril Smith. That's a point we've already made.
Yes.
And there is then a slightly separate point made from the evidence of Parry, who'd been in charge of the clubs and vice office, and also Whittington. It seems clear that the offences referred to by Glenn would not have been within the remit of the club's office at that time. Offences of sexual abuse would have been investigated by the local criminal investigations department. Can you expand on that?
I can't.
It may be that it's not an easy point to pursue precisely because we know so little about what it was that Mr. Glenn says he was investigating Mr. Smith for.
I agree.
Perhaps the most important point is just the lack of corroboration from the officers around Mr. Glenn.
I think that makes it difficult.
Now, I said at the outset that much as with Mr. Lloyd Hughes in the other investigation, there were other allegations, misconduct allegations made against Mr. Diver, who is deceased and therefore wasn't able to assist with the investigation. But if we look at paragraph 68, we see, don't we, that there is a conclusion drawn about the misconduct allegation against Mr. Diver. The allegation was that he had gone to a hotel with a male prostitute. That's and there had been some sort of fuss. Essentially the outcome of the investigation was that there wasn't sufficient evidence to take the allegation anywhere. Yes, thank you. That's all I wanted to ask you about Operation Beach. The last of the four witnesses giving evidence tomorrow is Mr. Paul Fulston, and the investigation into the allegations that he made is Operation Sycamore. And perhaps if we can call up the closing report in Operation Sycamore, it's IPC 000862. Do you have that, Mr. Mahaffey?
I do, yes.
Now we see immediately a difference with this document. It's got draft written in the middle of it. Can you explain the position, please?
This is midway through the IOPC quality assurance or decision-making process, I would suggest.
So in contrast to the 2 or 3 closing reports we've seen already, it's not finalised.
It isn't.
No one should assume that this is exactly the way in which the final report is going to be drafted.
That's correct.
Or indeed that any decisions referred to are in fact going to be made.
Yes.
These investigations take time, and obviously the quality assurance process is very important.
It is.
We are coming to this document today because it does contain a very helpful analysis of the evidence that was gathered, and that's why we need to look at it for our purposes. And Chair, we invite you to reduce this document into evidence in the same way as the others. Now, the allegation that this investigation focused on we see from paragraph 3 of this report. So perhaps we could just call that up, please. Mr. Fulston informed Operation Clifton officers. That's another police investigation.
It is, yes.
And had they approached him for another reason, or do we know why Mr. Fulston was speaking to Operation Clifton officers? Perhaps that's not. It's
yes. Operation Clifton is the name used to identify the murder investigation, and I think the purpose. Am I?
No, I don't want to just go on a red herring. I think that's not right. I think perhaps we see from paragraph 2 above that Operation Clifton is a Greater Manchester Police investigation starting in July 2014.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
One of the suspects named there was Mr. Smith.
Yes.
And no doubt for reasons we'll see, Mr. Fulston was being interviewed by them, and he made this slightly separate allegation in the course of that, which was then investigated by Operation Winter Key.
Yes.
Sorry to take you off your stride, Mr. Mahaffey, but if we can go back to paragraph 3, we see that Mr. Fulston informed Operation Clifton officers that he recalled an incident in May 1976, whilst he was a serving police officer. And this allegation relates to the alleged conduct of special branch officers.
Special branch officers, yes.
Just carrying on, Mr. Fulston states that Metropolitan Police Special Branch officers tried to stop his colleague, Detective Sergeant Vallis, who is deceased,
yes.
and we'll see wasn't able to take part to add his evidence to this investigation, and himself, that's Mr. Fulston, if we can go over the page, from interviewing an inmate at Feltham, Borstal. Although Mr. Fulston didn't remember the inmate's name, he was eventually, Operation Clifton officers were able to identify him. We've redacted it from this document. But he was a suspect at the time in a TVP, I think that stands for Thames Valley Police.
Thames Valley Police, yes.
Murder inquiry. It was Mr. Fulston's belief that the intervention by the 2 special branch officers was an attempt to cover up child sexual abuse committed by Mr. Smith.
Yes.
And to prevent them from conducting the interview. So that's the allegation. Mr. Fulston and Mr. Vallis went along to Feltham to interview this man.
They were approached.
In fact, on a murder investigation,
yes.
Nothing to do with Cyril Smith, but they were approached, and for reasons which will become obvious, Mr. Fulston believed that the reason that the attempt was made to stop them was to try and cover up.
That's correct.
A child abuse allegation. Now, we heard, I think, yesterday that Mr. Fulston's allegations have obtained some publicity. I think they were referred to in Simon Danchuk's book on Cyril Smith.
Yeah.
And they've also been published in newspapers. Can we just see this, please? I think it's INQ 004148. Yes, if we can just look at that. Good. Just zoom in on the text, please. So we see here an article from 2012. Fears of an establishment cover-up of sex abuse allegations involving the former Rochdale MP Sir Cyril Smith are growing after claims a special branch officer tried to prevent detectives interviewing a man who alleged that Smith abused young boys. Paul Fulston, a former detective constable with Thames Valley Police, told The Guardian he was working on a routine murder inquiry in 1976 when 2 special branch officers intercepted him at a remand centre when he was due to interview a 20-year-old suspect. They ordered him to turn back because they were working on an inquiry relating to an MP and the suspect should not be interviewed. After a row in the car park, Fulston and his senior officer ignored the demand and went ahead. After the suspect was eliminated from inquiries, he told the detectives he was angry because he'd had a relationship with Smith and had been rejected by him. That was the man in the Borstal.
Yes.
The young man in the Borstal. And that, we don't need to go any further, but that is the allegation that Mr. Fulston has made, as we see very publicly, and
yes.
It was investigated by Operation Sycamore. Now, as I've said, the perhaps the most obvious person to have corroborated or not corroborated this account was Mr. Vallis, but
Yes,
he's
deceased.
deceased. We go back to the point we made this morning that we see in a number of these investigations that
Yes.
witnesses who may have been critical to resolving the allegations are now dead. It's right that investigations were made with Special Branch to see if they could shine any light on this. And
Yes, I think there was an active search for any special branch record which may still be available to try and identify
that's
the
right.
reasons behind this.
And if we can look, just go to page 4 of the report, please, and zoom in on paragraphs 21 to 23. Do we see, Mr. Mahaffey, an account of that exercise you've just described, as
Yes.
of trying to track down any relevant Special Branch
Yes.
papers?
Yes, the officers have interviewed retired Special Branch Inspector Clive Blackford.
Yes. Now, we talked this morning about this general problem with many of these investigations
Yes.
about documents.
Yes.
I think we see at paragraph 22 a good example. What's being said there, is it not, is first of all that routine destruction of documents over time makes it very difficult, but also, and I think it's right that we've seen this in other investigations too, that in the period we're talking about, so let's say between the 70s, 80s through to the current day, an awful lot of these records have been computerised,
Yes.
and in the process that has triggered a destruction of hard copy files.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, I've just been reminded, I'm grateful that we'll actually have a statement from Mr. Blackford who will assist us with this as well. So that was one part of the investigation, Special Branch, which didn't bear any fruit. If we look at paragraph 25 of the report, please, we can see that other documents were found, and we did at least establish this was the file of papers relating to the murder inquiry that Mr. Fulston and Mr. Vallis were conducting when they went to the Borstal. And that they did show that, exactly as Mr. Fulston has said, the two of them did go to Borstal, to that Borstal in May 1976, and they interviewed the man. So to that extent, that as it were, anchors the allegation and shows that there is a factual foundation for it. Then what we see, and thank you, that's enough on paragraph 25, in the following paragraphs of the report, and I'm not going to go through these in detail, what one sees, again, and as with other investigations, is an exercise in approaching named officers,
Yes.
retired officers, who it is felt might have something to say about all of this, either because they've been named by the complainant, or records suggest that they were there at the
Yes.
time, asking whether they had any evidence that they could give about these matters. And if we can go to the next page, so that's page 6, and go to paragraph 34, we see a summary of the outcome of that exercise. None of the officers made any mention of or recalled any Special Branch involvement or intervention in the murder investigation, as referred to by Mr. Fulston.
Yes. So I thought that they'd recovered a document relating to the action.
That was the one we just looked at, I think.
Fine. And that had no mention of the...
Yes, if we can go back to paragraph 25, I stopped reading, but you're right. The action, first of all, established that Mr.
They
Vallis and Mr. Fulston went.
Yes, but they didn't record on the action what had happened with the Special Branch officers, at least according to the...
Yeah, sorry, it's IPC 000862, page 5, paragraph 25. It's the last sentence that you've got in mind, Mr. Mahaffey, isn't it? So tell us what an action is. It's a bit of jargon which not everyone may understand.
No, in a major investigation, particularly those which run on, well, this one probably wasn't actually, individual officers on a murder investigation team will be given documented actions for them to go and carry out.
Yeah.
And it may be trace, interview and take a statement from a particular individual.
Yeah.
And when they return with that statement, they'd mark up the action to say what they had done, and they'd attach it to the statement for reading and indexing, which would have been the process in 1976.
And so in this
and
case,
I think in this case, they've returned the action, or DS Vallis has, confirming that they'd interviewed the individual on the 19th of May, but there's no mention on that particular action that they've returned of any interaction with Special Branch.
and the suggestion is it's the sort of thing they would have been expected, or might have been expected to include.
Yes.
Something out of the ordinary.
I would have thought so.
Yes. Yes, so that was the evidence, but the evidence of the action and also the evidence of the colleague,
Yes.
Mr. Fulton's colleagues. We were on page 6. If we can go forward a page to page 6. We see towards the bottom half of that page other inquiries being made, other documents, archives being searched, other witnesses being approached. I won't go into the detail of that. The investigation did obtain, didn't it, evidence from the man who was in Borstal who went to be interviewed.
Yes.
Just before we come to that, perhaps we can bring up the action itself, just so we can see what it looked like.
Okay.
Can we try, please, OHY 00 5569? Does this look familiar, Mr. Mahaffey?
Yes, it does.
It's an action sheet.
It is.
Is that perhaps that's the cover sheet to it?
Yes, it
We
is.
might need to go forward a page.
Yes,
Yes.
that's an exhibit label.
So that's not what we're looking for.
No.
Um,
It does say
Should
on
we-
there, Thames Valley Murder Inquiry, read,
Yes.
action sheet.
I think I'm being reliably informed that it's actually the next page that we really want to see. So could we go forward to page 3, please? Yes. So do we see at the top of that page, action sheet, Thames Valley Police action sheet?
Yes, and there's the nature of the inquiry.
And
please
as
interview.
we
Yeah.
as you say, as you explained, Mr. Mahaffey, the first thing we see is the instruction: please interview and obtain a statement from the below named, who was an abscondee from Feltham, and then the details are given, and then perhaps we need to zoom out, and we can see the bottom half of the page, result, and someone.
See statement of.
So what is being said there is that a statement of the prisoner has been obtained, and also perhaps some sort of continuity statement or production statement from DS Vallis.
Yes.
And the point that was made in that paragraph of the closing report was that what one doesn't see there is,
Any reference?
by the way, we had a very strange
no
experience with
reference.
Special
Yeah.
Branch in the car park.
No, I agree.
And from your experience, I mean, said, Mr.
You'd
Mr.
expect to
Murphy.
see something in there cross-referring to even if it was a confidential report,
Yes.
perhaps.
Yes, thank you. I think that's as far as we can take that document. I mentioned that there were more steps taken in this inquiry. First of all, the prisoner, or former prisoner, was
Yes.
approached, and
He denied.
yes, I think if we can go back, please, to IPC 000862 and go to page 7 within that document. That's the summary, in fact, quite a lengthy quotation from the account given
is,
by
yes.
this man. In summary, he remembered being interviewed by
did.
Mr. Fulton. about a murder. He also remembered that someone called Mr. John Bishop, an assistant governor of Feltham,
Yes.
was there at the same time. And he seems to have had a particular memory of that because it was Mr. Bishop who was able to give him his alibi.
Yes.
Because
He
the
was in
suggestion
prison.
was that this individual may have been involved in a murder.
Yeah.
And Mr. Bishop was able to confirm that actually this individual had been in prison at the time. So
He
he
had.
didn't, whatever else he'd done, he hadn't committed that murder.
That's correct.
And that seems to be why this all stuck in that man's mind.
Yes.
But he was equally clear, and perhaps if we can just go to paragraph 42 and the last few lines of that, sort of 5 lines up from the bottom.
Yeah, so he definitely.
He said, as soon as the interview concluded, the 2 police detectives promptly left. I definitely did not have a conversation in relation to Mr. Cyril Smith at all with the police officers. I can categorically say I've never met Cyril Smith whilst I was living in London or had any kind of relationship with him at all. I do know of Mr. Cyril Smith as an MP, but that's as far as it goes.
Yes.
So that was his account.
Yes.
And then I think, lastly, there was then a statement taken from Mr. Bishop.
There was.
I think actually his name was Simon, not John, but perhaps not much turns on it. I'm told it's not quite as simple as that. He's called both Simon and John.
Okay.
But as I say, perhaps let's not worry too much about that. And again, in summary, Mr. Bishop remembers the incident. He does have a memory of an inmate at Feltham making allegations about Cyril Smith.
Yeah.
But equally, he doesn't think that it was this individual. He gives another name of the person who he
Foley.
remembers making those allegations.
Mr. Foley, I think.
Yes. And really, that's as far as it goes, isn't it?
Yes.
And so, look, finally, I think if we can just go to the conclusion. So it's page 10 of the report. And if we can just zoom in on paragraphs 58 through to 61. In his original statement made to Clifton officers, the man stated he didn't have a conversation with 2 Thames Valley police officers about Cyril Smith, never met Cyril Smith while he was living in London, never had any kind of relationship with him. And that was the passage we just went to. Mr. Bishop, who according to the individual was present when he was interviewed, does not recall that individual making any allegations against Cyril Smith, but he does remember an inmate making allegations against Cyril Smith, but believes his name was Foley.
Yeah.
And Mr. Bishop explained that those allegations he remembered being passed to the Ministry of Justice. And then
That's correct.
paragraph 60 deals with Mr. Fulston's colleagues. Mr. Fulston provided 5 names of Thames Valley police officers, all of whom are now retired. They were on the same murder investigation and were likely to recall Mr. Fulston or D.S. Vallis mentioning the Metropolitan Police Special Branch intervention. Something I didn't mention earlier, but it was a theme. More than one of them said, well, if that had happened, it's the sort of thing we would have expected them to say when they got back.
Yes. There'd been some mention of it,
Rivalry between Special Branch and Uniform Branch being perhaps what it was.
perhaps.
But the report goes on, all were spoken to, they're unable to recall any such conversation. One of the 5, retired Detective Inspector Warren, states that he was close to the SIO and had any such incident taken place, he is sure he would have been made aware of it.
Yes.
And that's where that investigation so far
Yes.
has got to. Thank you. So that is Mr. Fulston, and as we've said, he will be giving evidence tomorrow. I have a few more, but not very many more, investigations to take you to, Mr. Mahaffey, and only one more which I'm going to look at in any length, and that is Operation Red Rail 2. Now that is an investigation into allegations made by Mr. McKelvey, is it not?
It is, yes.
And we heard yesterday in the course of Mr. Altman's opening that Mr. McKelvey has raised concerns
Yes, he
about
has.
links between paedophiles and what one might describe as the establishment,
Yes.
and that to a greater or lesser extent those concerns may have informed the parliamentary question asked by Tom Watson,
Yes.
which we saw the clip of yesterday. Can we please call up the Red Rail closing report, which is IPC, we have it, 000859.
Yes.
Again, Mr Mahaffey, this is another draft report. Does the same reasoning apply?
It does, yes.
So this is one of the small number of IOPC investigations which yet isn't quite
Needs to
finished.
be concluded, yes.
But it's reached, the investigative actions have
Yes.
finished as far as
Yes.
anyone knows, but it's with quality assurance.
Yes.
For the same reason, because it summarises in such detail what is an important investigation into important allegations. We need to use it in order to show what has been done in response to those
Yes, I
allegations.
understand, yeah.
And Chair, this is, I think, for this morning anyway, the last of the reports I ask you to adduce in its entirety for the investigation. In terms of identifying what this investigation was about, can I ask that we look on the first page and highlight or zoom in on paragraphs 3 and 4. And the first point to make, some of the issues in this case relate to a man called Lord Henniker, do they not?
They do, yes.
And this makes the important point that where those references are, it is to the Lord Henniker who died some years ago, and not,
Yes.
I think, his son, who now holds that title.
That's correct.
Paragraph 4 then describes what the allegations were. Information was passed to the Metropolitan Police in May 2015 by a third party that a retired social worker named Peter McKelvey had concerns about a Metropolitan Police investigation called Operation Clarence.
That's correct.
Mr McKelvey felt that the investigation had not been conducted properly due to the interference of prominent individuals. So that is the allegation that was investigated. Just before we go on, just going back to Lord Henniker, we'll come to see the allegations, but perhaps it's important to make clear at this stage that unlike the other individuals who are referred to in this report, Lord Henniker was never charged or convicted with any counts of child sexual abuse.
That's correct.
And in fact, as we will see, the investigation that has been conducted demonstrates that the suspicions that have been raised against him have nothing to support them.
That's correct.
The background, a little more background perhaps we get if we can go to the second page of the investigation. Sorry, the second page of the report, paragraphs, and can we zoom in on paragraphs 8 and 9, please? So we saw a moment ago that in summary, Mr McKelvey's concerns related to this investigation, Operation Clarence, and a suggestion that it hadn't been properly conducted or that it had finished too soon as a result of interference by prominent individuals. Just looking at this then, Operation Clarence, I'm reading from paragraph 8, we see it was conducted by the paedophile unit based at New Scotland Yard, which at that time was part of the Obscene Publication Squad. And this operation, that is Operation Clarence, was concerned with the activities of men consisting mainly of public school teachers, doctors, clergymen, and a lead social worker named Peter Wrighton. And the closing report on Operation Clarence, which is dated 1998, and that's of some significance, states all are or appear to be homosexual and have a sexual preference for males under the age of 16. Operation Clarence commenced in 1988 and ended in 1998, so it's, as you say, an operation which lasted 10 years. And then the report states this was a natural conclusion to Operation Clarence. Throughout the 10 years it was active, it resulted in 12 convictions, 4 cautions, seizure of indecent material and valuable intelligence regarding the activities of paedophiles. What is meant by a natural conclusion, Mr Mahaffey?
I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, it may be that the allegation is that Operation Clarence was, as it were, brought to a sudden end, or...
There could be any number of reasons why an investigation that's lasted for 10 years was actually brought to a conclusion, but I'm not sure I've read within here the exact rationale as to why it was brought to a conclusion.
But perhaps what one does see is the allegation that the operation was unnaturally brought to an end, that it was stopped because of interference, and perhaps that is what...
But I think Mr McKelvey's suggestion is that it was stopped before it was actually stopped.
Yes.
Some years
in time.
earlier.
Yes, that's right. Well, we'll come to that. We'll
Yes.
come to that.
Sorry.
But just to get a better sense of the allegations or the concerns that Mr McKelvey raised, we see that at paragraph 9. In particular, Mr McKelvey felt there was a lack of police investigation by Operation Clarence, or as he states, and this is a quote from Mr McKelvey, "I've been asked if I have any complaints regarding Operation Clarence. I do not have any complaints. However, as previously mentioned in my statement, I do have a number of questions regarding the initial investigation and links that I believe were not pursued rigorously enough. The links Mr McKelvey were concerned about were between," and then 3 names are listed,
Yes.
Peter Wrighton, Richard Alston and Charles Napier,
Yes.
all convicted paedophiles,
Yes.
and Lord Henniker, as we've said, deceased, and also, as we said, someone who was never
That's
charged
correct.
or convicted of any offences, who at the time, that's Lord Henniker, lived at Thornham Hall, Thornham Magnet in Suffolk, and as I said, Lord Henniker has no record of any convictions. It's quite striking the way in which Mr McKelvey puts his complaints. Mr Mahaffey, he's quite careful to say, unlike some of the other cases we've seen where there is a clear allegation, this case was stopped, that person suppressed that evidence. Mr McKelvey doesn't quite say that, does he? He says, I have a concern that the investigation wasn't pursued properly enough. I don't have any...
He raises concerns as opposed to making a specific complaint.
That's right. And perhaps if we can just go to page 4 of the report, we see this theme picked up again. It's quite important to understand the way in which it was put. It's paragraph 17, if we could zoom in on that. Mr McKelvey suspects that Peter Wrighton, Charles Napier, Richard Alston and Lord Henniker were connected for reasons of child abuse. He does not provide direct evidence, but believes there to be enough circumstantial evidence that would require police to conduct an investigation.
That's
And
his
essentially
point.
his point is Operation Clarence didn't do what it ought to
That's
have
his
done in that
point.
respect. Now, Mr Mahaffey, the factual allegations or the concerns, suspicions
Yes.
that Mr McKelvey raised are quite detailed.
They are.
They're quite numerous. And
I
this
think there's
report,
9.
this report divides them into 9, goes
Yep.
through them. It identifies them, talks about the facts of each of them,
Yes.
the investigation that was conducted into each of them. And I'm not going to go through it in detail. That's one of the reasons that we've adduced the whole document so it's available for the inquiry to use. But what I will do
Thank you.
is just go through the findings. And so if we can go right towards the end of the document, please, to page 23. And starting off, we see the subtitle analysis of evidence at the bottom of the page. If we can, we see at paragraph 106, the same point about the nature of Mr McKelvey's concerns is picked up. He stated he doesn't have any evidence to support his concerns, but that when all the facts are examined, he felt there was sufficient cause for those concerns, and he feels that the police should have investigated, but there was no police investigation. And then, starting at the next paragraph and going over the page, each of the complaints, and they've been given numbers, C1, C2,
Yes.
C3, and so on, are addressed, are they not?
They are.
And we see, again, I'm not going to read these out, but just in summary, C1 was a complaint which related to the use of Lord Henniker's estate
That's
in
correct.
East Anglia.
By the Islington Suffolk project.
That's right. And there was quite a considerable degree of investigation into what happened there.
There was.
And the conclusion reached was that there wasn't any evidence to suggest that Lord Henniker had any supervision over the project,
That's
or
correct.
that there had been any sort of illicit links or anything of that nature. And we see, if we can just, there's a sentence which starts at the very bottom of that page. Lord Henniker and Richard Alston were not, and then if we can were not named, and that's in relation to one particular allegation
Yes.
that did relate
Yes.
to something that happened on the estate. It said the allegation was investigated, no further action was taken due to a lack of evidence.
That's correct.
And I think it's right to say that that was an allegation of child sex abuse that was made against, I think, Peter Wrighton during his time on that estate.
Charles Napier, yeah.
But we see from the body of the report that, in fact, when that allegation was investigated, neither Peter Wrighton nor Charles Alston were on the estate at the time,
So I understand.
and
yes.
that was why that allegation wasn't pursued.
That's
any further.
correct.
And paragraph 108 carrying down, we see there's no information available which may be considered to corroborate Mr McKelvey's concern that Lord Henniker, Peter Wrighton, Charles Napier and Richard Alston were abusing vulnerable children on
That's
the estate,
correct.
on that particular project for children. Following on, C2 was the point you raised, Mr Mahaffey, about the suggestion that the police investigation, Operation Clarence, had been sort of shut down. That was something that Mr McKelvey suggested,
That's correct.
but it seems that that was a misunderstanding, because if we see from paragraph 110,
Continued for 5 years.
yeah,
1993.
Mr McKelvey's suggestion was that the investigation was stopped in 1993. In fact, it carried on for
For
5 years
5 years.
after that. Looking further down the page at paragraph 112, Lord Henniker was, I think it says here, the Director General of the British Council for 4 years, between 1968 until 1972. There was a concern raised by Mr McKelvey that in that capacity he had helped Charles Napier get employment overseas
That's correct.
in 2 places,
Sweden
Sweden and Egypt.
Egypt, yeah.
And it's notable that Charles Napier did go and work in both those places, but both of them after Lord Henniker had
Yes.
ceased to be the Director General of the British Council. In fact, in the case of Cairo, 20 years or so
Yes.
afterwards, and there was no evidence found to
That's
suggest that, notwithstanding that he no longer worked for the British Council, he had been influential in any way in Charles Napier obtaining that job. Another quite high-profile allegation or suggestion that was made that while Charles Napier was working overseas, he'd been able to use the diplomatic bag to smuggle, if you like, child porn in or out of the UK.
There's no records.
And although we see that at paragraph 113, inquiries showed that, yes, Charles Napier did have use of the diplomatic bag, and, as it were, the negative could not be proved.
That's true.
There was no evidence to suggest that it happened. And also, in the final sentence of paragraph 113, it's noted that once it was identified that Charles Napier was a risk, his authority to use the diplomatic bag was removed,
Yes.
and at the same time he was suspended. And that runs contrary to the suggestion that
That's
Mr. Charles Napier was
that's
somehow
correct.
being protected by the establishment or given
Yes.
special treatment.
yes.
Just below that at paragraph 114, there was a suggestion, wasn't there, that an MP knew about Charles Napier's offences and had failed to report them. And we see the inquiry concluded that there was no evidence to support that
That's correct.
suggestion. Then finally, if we can just go over onto the last page of the report, page 25, a series of other complaints, C6, C7, C8 and C9, all of which related in one way or another to Mr McKelvey's concerns that the 3 individuals, or some of them, were being provided with assistance by Lord Henniker or other members of the establishment, none of which were found to have any evidence to support them.
That's correct.
Now that as you say, Mr. Mahaffey, that report is still a draft report,
It is.
but is it likely that those conclusions are going to change in substance?
I think it's highly unlikely.
Thank you. Chair, I do have a few more questions for Mr. Mahaffey, but I suggest that we break now and I will finish with his evidence after lunch.
Thank you. We'll return at 2.
Mr. Mahaffey, I have a few more questions for you. The first of those questions relates to investigations carried out relating in one way or another to Peter Hayman.
Yes.
And one of those investigations was Operation Magnolia, wasn't it?
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn back to the IOPC main report, and if this could be brought up on screen as well. So it's IPC 000830, and within that it's page 58, Mr. Mahaffey. Now, if we look at the first paragraph, Mr. Mahaffey, where the allegation, that is the allegation of police misconduct, is summarised, we see that this operation related to a criminal investigation involving a person of public prominence being halted because of the possibility of exposing their involvement in sexual offences, and further that individual seeking to bribe officers.
Yes.
And so the individual involved is Peter Hayman, or was Peter Hayman. Yes?
Yes.
And we see, if we look immediately below at the background paragraph, that the source of this complaint is described here as a retired detective sergeant. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that is a man called Collins, Brian Collins,
Yes.
isn't it? And Mr. Collins is coming to the inquiry to give evidence towards the end of our hearings about this case, as well as one other matter,
Yes.
which I'll mention in a moment. So that is what this investigation was about, and if we cast our eye down this document, we can see in a nutshell there was a suggestion that Peter Hayman was a member of PI, the
Yes.
Paedophile Information Exchange. Documents were found, and there was a question as to whether Mr. Hayman or Sir Peter Hayman was going to be prosecuted.
That's correct.
For under the Obscene Publications Act in
That's
relation to
correct.
those documents. And we see in the fourth paragraph of the page that the officer, Mr. Collins, who was one of the investigating officers, made an allegation that Sir Peter Hayman, in fact, tried to bribe him and his colleague, offering them each £25,000 at the time.
Yes.
So that is the outline of the investigation. If we just look at the paragraph towards the end headed investigative steps, we see that here it is recorded that a search was conducted for relevant files, and that due to the passage of time all the documentation relating to Sir Peter Hayman had been destroyed. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
It is in fact the case that more recently than the investigative steps in this investigation, this inquiry has made its own searches for documents, and whereas at the time that Operation Magnolia looked for the case files, they weren't available. They have subsequently become available, haven't they?
Yes.
So
Yes,
that
they
is-
have, yeah.
That has been slightly overtaken by events.
Yes, it has.
And I think it's also right that, and we'll hear from Mr. Collins in due course when he comes to give evidence, that the description that he gave to Operation Magnolia, and which is therefore recorded in this summary,
Yes.
of how it was that he came to be investigating Sir Peter Hayman, isn't
Yes.
exactly accurate. and that when we see the contemporaneous police documents, we will see that in fact the story started with Sir Peter Hayman leaving some documents on a bus, which were then traced to an address he was using under an alias, the alias of Henderson.
Peter Henderson.
And the investigation proceeded from there. So to that extent, the way that the researches conducted by Operation Magnolia have been overtaken by events to some extent, and we will hear evidence from Mr. Collins about that in due course. That's all I want to say about Operation Magnolia. If I can just ask you to look at page 51 in the IOPC report, and if we can call that up, please. That is a investigation called Operation Hesper. And if you look at that, you will see that that also was an investigation relating to Mr. Hayman. Is that right? I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, apologies.
It's all right. You're there now.
I am, yes.
And you can see that that is also another investigation relating to Sir Peter Hayman.
Yes.
And this investigation talks about a briefcase being found in a London park.
That's correct, yes.
But raises similar issues as to what Sir Peter Hayman being prosecuted or not.
That's correct.
I don't want to say any more about that because there is perhaps a factual confusion again as to exactly what happened, which led to Sir Peter Hayman being investigated. But Mr. Collins is coming to give evidence, and we can ask him about that.
I understand.
And perhaps clarify the what appears to be a confusion between the evidence in Operation Hesper and Operation Magnolia.
I understand, thank you.
Just before we leave Mr. Collins, I said that he would be asked about at least two different things. One is the investigation that he conducted into Sir Peter Hayman, which I've just been referring to. The other is an investigation called Operation Sycamore, which you're familiar with, I think.
Yes.
The facts of that investigation were similar to the facts of. Sorry, I was wrong. I was wrong to say Operation Sycamore. The operation that I'm referring to was an operation called Operation Conifer, and
yes.
that was an operation that Mr. Collins gave evidence in. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, just so that everyone understands, this is not the Operation Conifer conducted by Wiltshire Police, which one will have read about in the papers, investigating allegations relating to Edward Heath. It's got absolutely nothing to do with that investigation, except it simply happens to share a name. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
This is an Operation Conifer, another one of these 37 investigations.
That's correct.
Conducted by the IOPC.
Yes.
And that investigation, as I was saying, slightly misplacing the names of the investigations, has something in common with Operation Sycamore to this extent. It concerns a separate allegation about something that a different inmate at Feltham said about Cyril Smith.
That's correct.
I don't want to get into the detail of that now, Mr. Mahaffey, because again, this is something we can talk to Mr. Collins about when he comes to give evidence. But I will ask, just for form, for the closing report to be brought up. It's IPC 000861. Again, we see immediately, Mr. Mahaffey, that this is another one of the draft reports.
It is, yes.
You explained the position before lunch relating to the other draft reports. Is the position the same on this one?
It is, yes.
And, Chair, we invite you to adduce this into evidence for the inquiry. I'm not going to take Mr. Mahaffey to it now, but it will be there for us when we hear Mr. Collins' evidence. Thank you. That is all I wanted to ask you about Peter Hayman. The last topic to come to, Mr. Mahaffey, is Operation U. And that was an investigation that concerned Peter Morrison, is that right?
That's correct, yes, it did.
First, could we go to the summary of this report, which is on the IOPC report, IPC 000830, page 76. Thank you. Mr. Mahaffey, this was an operation, as the allegation paragraph explains, into a criminal investigation involving a person of public prominence, that is, Sir Peter Morrison.
Yes.
The suggestion that the investigation had been prevented by senior police officers because of the possibility of exposing the involvement of those persons in child sexual abuse.
Yes.
Now, it's right to say, isn't it, that there were various different strands of investigation or allegation against Sir Peter Morrison.
There were.
Some related to allegations in London,
Yes.
others related to allegations in Chester.
Yes.
He was, of course, MP for Chester.
He was, yes.
And as Mr. Rockman has already explained in the opening, we will be hearing 2 days of evidence relating to allegations about Sir Peter Morrison early next week. But just relating to this operation, the description in the background section of this document refers to a journalist receiving information from a then serving police officer about an MP who was Peter Morrison. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
The information being that he'd been arrested on 2 occasions for importuning boys under
Yes.
16 in central London. And the summary then describes the journalist attempting to confront Peter Morrison with this information, but Peter Morrison denying it.
That's correct.
And threatening libel. Now, the journalist involved was a man called Chris House.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
I am, yes.
And his Mr. House's initial allegation has more recently been repeated by another journalist called Paul Connew.
Connew, yes, Mr. Connew.
Now, could I ask, I'm going to ask you to go to the closing report just to add a little bit more detail to this. And could we also call it up, please? I don't think it's on the list I gave to the document manager, but it's IPC 000847. Now, by way of summary, Mr. Mahaffey, in pursuing this investigation, the source of it, the springboard for it, was this allegation that
It was, yes.
a serving officer had told Mr. House
That's
that
correct.
Mr. Morrison had been arrested, but that nothing had happened. Did you attempt to identify the officer in question who had provided that information?
Yes, in as much as the Operation Winter Key team asked both Mr. Connew and Mr. House whether they were prepared to disclose the identities of the officers.
Thank you, Mr. I'm sorry, for those who are looking at bundles, it's tab 24 in the bundle. I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Mahaffey, so there were attempts to, you asked
Yes.
the journalists involved to
Yes.
reveal the name of the officers,
Yes,
but they declined to
they
do so.
did decline, yes.
And there was really nothing more you could do to identify, at least from the journalists, if they weren't prepared to provide those names.
That's correct.
Is it right, though, that inquiries were made to try on Metropolitan Police records to see if you could identify any record of any such arrest?
Yes, and inquiries were made with other potential witnesses as well, including another freelance journalist, Nick Davis, then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's retired protection officer, Lord Hamilton of Epsom was also,
Yes.
and Edwina Curry.
Right. Well,
Along with
come to
others.
them. I think their allegations were slightly
Yes.
to one side, but in any event, the journalists refused to divulge their source.
Yes, that's correct.
And if we look, for example, at paragraph, if we could turn to page 12 of the report, in turn to page 12 and look at paragraph 65, does that show, Mr. Mahaffey, the searches to try and see any record of this supposed arrest?
Were carried out and there was no result.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned a moment ago Barry Strevens and Edwina Curry,
Yes.
Lord Hamilton. I don't want to go into the detail of this because we'll be adducing evidence, but
Yes.
is it right that Mr. Strevens made an allegation which was well publicised, that he had been told by a senior Cheshire police officer about rumours that Mr. Morrison held parties in his house in Chester?
That's correct.
For boys.
That's correct.
And Mr. Strevens said he told Margaret Thatcher
He
about
passed
that.
that on, yes.
And Lord Hamilton it was said to have been there at the
He
time.
was present.
And you pursued that matter with
Yes.
him as well.
That's correct.
And we will be adducing evidence later on in this inquiry from Barry Strevens and also Lord
Yes.
Hamilton addressing those matters. And then finally, for these purposes, Mr. Mahaffey, there was a third strand of evidence relating to the suggestion that Mr. Morrison had been taken off a train at Crewe, having
That's correct.
assaulted a boy, and that no steps were taken by the police, despite the fact that there was evidence that he had done that.
That's correct.
Again, that is something we will be hearing evidence about, but perhaps we could touch on that briefly at page 9 of the report. If we could look at paragraphs 48 and 49, the allegation is described at paragraph 48. It says, in November 2012,
Yes.
there was growing media interest in Morrison, suggesting he'd been cautioned by Cheshire or British Transport Police for offending against boys in a Cheshire railway station. He'd been resident in Puddington in Chester, and many informed sources suggest the media interest prompted his decision to stand down at the 1992 election. And then the investigative step that was taken was a comprehensive trawl of records and archives conducted by Cheshire Constabulary, which failed to find any record of involvement, intervention or investigation into Morrison.
That's correct.
So was that the natural ending point
Yes.
of that line of
Yes.
investigation?
Yes, it was.
Chair, can I ask that this closing report be adduced into evidence in the same way that the others have been? Thank you. Mr. Mahaffey, thank you. Those were all the questions that I wanted to ask you. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Chair, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mahaffey. In compiling this report, had you or your colleagues ever considered the reasons for the effluxion of time between the incidents and the dates that the complaints were made to the IOPC or elsewhere?
I think it's all it's a factor in as much as clearly the events were a long time ago, and the recent the allegations that have been investigated under the managed investigation are obviously much more recent. I accept that. And equally, and I think it's I haven't got the report in front of me directly, but clearly it's right that over the years, over the passage of time, there's been quite a lot of publicity around different elements of it. And I think we accept that this may have impacted on people's memories when we've spoken to them as witnesses.
I see. Yeah, thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, there was one further question I was going to ask Mr. Heyman. I made a note of it, but then overlooked it. Mr. Mahaffey, just going back to the questions I was asking you about Sir Peter Heyman, I don't think you need to turn up any documents. You'll recall I was asking you about Operation Magnolia,
Yes.
which was the IOPC investigation
Yes.
into Mr. Collins' evidence.
Yes.
Just one factual question, really. Are you aware whether the Operation Winterkey investigators conducting that investigation made inquiries at MI5 or MI6?
I can't recall without going
Would you
back
like-
into it.
Shall we go to the closing report? We haven't adduced the closing report, but shall we go to it to see if it helps? Yes, it's tab. I think it's probably tab 3 in your bundle.
Yeah. I can't see any reference.
And you're not in a position to take the matter any
No.
further than the closing report, which
Not at this time, no.
does not appear to make any reference to
That's
making those inquiries.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Happy.
There are no further questions from the panel. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chair, may we now call Commander Roper?
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Commander Roper, do sit down if you would like to. You are Commander Catherine Roper.
I am.
You joined the Metropolitan Police Service in 2000,
I did, yes.
and your current rank is Commander, and your role is Commander of Professional Standards,
Yes, that's right.
and that's a role you commenced last year in June 2018.
Yes, that's right.
You've prepared a statement, Commander Roper, for us, which is dated the 6th of February 2019.
Yes.
Could we call it up, please? It's MPS 003548. Now, this statement, Commander Roper, has a few pages of analysis of the local investigations that we will come to talk about, some description of the Professional Standards Department of the Metropolitan Police, and then, in much the same way as the IOPC report, at the end of your statement there are summaries of the facts of the various different local investigations.
That's right.
Is this statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Chair, we would invite you to adduce this statement into evidence in the same way as the IOPC report. Commander Roper, a few questions from me about the Met, then about some of the generic themes from the local investigations, and then finally I'll take you to probably just a few of those investigations in a little more detail.
Of course.
You say in your statement that your job title, as we've heard, is the Commander of Professional Standards,
Yeah.
and amongst your responsibilities is the MPS Directorate of Professional Standards,
That's
also
right.
known as DPS. And you describe in your statement that the DPS is responsible for investigating complaints or allegations of misconduct against Met officers.
That's right, yes.
Now, you heard Mr. Mahaffey give his evidence this morning about the relationship between police services, police forces, of which the Met is one, and the IOPC, in the way in which complaints are dealt with. And I take it that you agree with what he said
Yes.
about the structure and the legislation and so on. And in particular, with respect to his report, we heard about managed investigations and how following referral or complaint to the IOPC, they might require the force to conduct investigations under their management, and that was the structure that we looked at with him.
Absolutely.
But it's right to say, isn't it, that not all of the investigations in this field were managed investigations, and in particular the 17 investigations that you refer to in your statement were not managed investigations, but were what are described as local investigations.
That's right.
Now, just to drill down into the detail of that a little bit, first of all, going back to the way in which allegations of misconduct can come to the attention of the Metropolitan Police, and in particular the DPS. Can we have a look at paragraph 8 of your statement, please?
Yes.
We may, sorry, so that's page 3 of MPS 003548. Commander Ripper, we may all have an assumption, perhaps, when we hear about a complaint, that what that involves is either an officer or a member of the public making a complaint, and that perhaps is the only way in which the DPS comes across possible allegations of misconduct. But I think it's clear from your statement that there are rather more routes into the DPS than that.
Yes, absolutely.
And we'll hear, I'll ask you, but several of them perhaps are relevant to these investigations. So just looking at paragraph 8, you describe there the means of reporting to the DPS. And the first bullet point is indeed a public complaint or conduct matter being sent to what you describe as a DPS inbox.
Yes.
Is that the sort of classic situation where an individual reports the matter to you?
Absolutely. So it can come to us direct from a public complaint or a contact matter, which can be sent to us directly, or it could be that somebody has approached the IOPC directly and then the IOPC come to us and still make that referral into us, yes.
Yes. But then moving on, the next bullet point, you describe the possibility of a report being made proactively through the use of covert human intelligence sources actively seeking out corruption. Can you explain that in a bit more detail, please?
Absolutely. So within the capacity of the Director of Professional Standards, we are able to identify intelligence that may indicate inappropriate behaviour, misconduct or corruption of officers, and we will proactively look to investigate that. And one of those is the use of a covert human intelligence source, or a CHIS, yes.
Without getting into too much into the details, I mean, using a CHIS is a complicated and resource-intensive exercise.
Absolutely, and requires a huge amount of oversight and regulatory and policy processes, yes.
And it may be a tactic which most people would associate with fighting crime, but it's also one that you deploy investigating the possibility of misconduct.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, I use the acronym CHIS, but that is, we've already said covert human
yeah.
intelligence source.
Absolutely.
Just carrying on looking at these bullet points, you then describe something called a report of wrongdoing status, having been developed within the legislative whistleblowing framework, and that being another route into an allegation of possible misconduct. Can you explain that in a little more detail?
Of course. So sometimes people are nervous about coming forward to report concerns, and the report of wrongdoing process actually provides certain protections for people if they satisfy certain, if they satisfy the policy of the report of wrongdoing. That was first introduced into the Metropolitan Police, I believe, in 2016. It has had several layers of review and has been most recently reviewed in 2019 to make sure that it is a policy and a process that is clear to follow. It's advertised on the website of the DPS, And it's another way that we're encouraging people to come forward and tell us if there are things they're concerned about.
And is this a route which is applicable only for officers, or is it officers and the public?
The report of wrongdoing actually is for officers and
Yes.
staff, yes.
If we could just go over the page to page 4, you refer, Commander Roper, to the something called the right line, being an online, confidential, anonymous means of reporting allegations. Can you explain that in a little more detail?
Absolutely. So there's a telephone number. This originally started as just a telephone-based possibility for people that if they wanted to raise concerns to the DPS, they could telephone this number that's advertised and anonymously provide us with information of concerns or allegations of misconduct or inappropriate behaviour. That was brought into existence around 2011-2012. That was then extended in around 2014-15 to be also an online process. So it could be somebody could submit online or make the phone call. The point around this is that people can do it anonymously. And it is a way that we can then register the information that comes in and decide how we will then progress the information that has been brought to our attention.
I see. And you mention sensitive tasked inquiries, which perhaps covers the use of informant or chizzes, but goes a little broader than that.
Exactly. So more complex inquiries, particularly in the more concerning areas of misconduct or corruption or criminal behaviour, may become sensitive inquiries, absolutely.
And then finally, you make the point in the last bullet point that every report, whether overt or covert, and I take it that you mean regardless of which of these routes it has arrived by, will be subject to an assessment to decide whether or not you need to refer it to the IOPC.
So they will all be recorded by us, absolutely. They will all be assessed as to whether they're appropriate for the referral to the IOPC. And then if they are not appropriate, then they'll be assessed in terms of how we will develop them internally. May I add something to my statement, which I was obviously rereading this on reflection. There are other routes that allegations can reach us. There's another anonymous and well-established process such as Crime Stoppers, which again encourages people, be it a member of police staff or a member of the public, can actually make an allegation there, which encourages that kind of anonymous behaviour where people may not feel so confident to put their name to something. So there's a lot of routes into the DPS. We've tried to make it as wide and as broad as possible.
I see, thank you. So those are the routes in. You've referred to the fact that any report is then assessed. We heard from Mr. Mahaffey about the referral process and the statutory criteria, recordable conduct, and so on. And as I say, we've already heard from him about managed investigations and so on. Let me ask you about local investigations, and in particular, we'll come to see with these 17 investigations that some of them are described as operations with an operation name.
Absolutely.
But some of them are described as scoping exercises. Can you explain about the difference between operations with a name and scoping exercises, and also are they both local investigations, or is there a distinction there too?
So in terms of the Operation Winterkey investigations that you're referring to, nearly all of these actually were either referred to the IOPC or were at least discussed with the IOPC in some part of this investigative process.
Yep.
Some of them have operation names, and that's where the investigation has been able to be progressed quite a long way, even though it's been locally managed, and I'll come back to that point in just a second. Where they're described as scoping exercises, I think that's quite specific for Operation Winterkey, that what we're saying is we have something, we've done our best to develop it, and actually we're not able to find further investigative options. Coming back to your point around them being local investigations, it means that we, the Metropolitan Police, took responsibility for them. Generally, outside of Winterkey for a second, generally we have the option of referring. There are some mandatory referrals that we need to do to the IPC. There are some which are voluntary referrals if they fit a certain criteria, or some inquiries stay local, i.e. the Metropolitan Police, and we decide within the DPS where they'll be investigated. All of these, with regards to Winter Key, were all local investigations, either through discussion with the IOPC, or we simply thought we've developed them as much as we can, but there's nothing to take them any further.
I see. And then just one other question about these local investigations. We heard from Mr. Mahaffey this morning that at the end of a managed investigation, there is a closing report, and then an IOPC decision maker will look at the closing report and make decisions about disciplinary matters or about the possibility of referring the case to the CPS. What happens at the end of a local investigation?
Something very similar. The reports possibly won't look like the ones that have been provided as part of the Winter Key process, but the investigator will reach the end of the local investigation. They will do an assessment, and they'll be provided to a senior officer to make an assessment as to what happens next. Is there evidence of misconduct? Is there not? Is there evidence of perhaps grievance or something outside of the misconduct process? And we'll make an assessment about how to progress from there.
I see, thank you. Now, turning to these particular investigations, as your statement says, there are 17 of them. Very much like the IOPC investigations, they are grouped because they have a Westminster connection. They are allegations of police misconduct which have a relation to Westminster child sexual abuse. You've mentioned several times Operation Winter Key, and we heard that operation, that organisation referred to by Mr. Mahaffey this morning, and he gave a brief description of it. There's a rather fuller description given in your statement, and perhaps we could call it up. It's on page 5 of your statement, starting at paragraph 10. We see, Commander Roper, that Operation Winter Key, which Mr. Mahaffey, I think, described this morning as a unique organisation or innovation, it was set up by the Met Police in response to the formation of this inquiry with the purpose of investigating allegations of non-recent sexual abuse.
Yes, that's right.
And then you set out Operation Winter Key's terms of reference. I don't want to go through them, but can I just ask you this? First of all, although we are here talking about allegations of child sexual abuse with a link to Westminster, because that is the theme of this particular investigation, is Winter Key's interest related solely to Westminster cases, or is it, for example, also investigating cases relating to other institutions?
It is related to other institutions, and its remit, without going through the list on the page, is allegations of non-recent sexual abuse from a range of either institutions or other areas. It's not solely Westminster.
I see. And the second point to make is that, again, the investigations we are focusing on tend to be those related to allegations of misconduct, where the issue is, as I've said, is one of possible police misconduct. But is it right that Winter Key is not restricted to professional conduct matters of that nature, but also investigates underlying criminal activity?
That's absolutely right. So Operation Winter Key, I think there's approximately 80 officers who are dedicated to Operation Winter Key, and the investigations with regards to police misconduct and the allegations that we're discussing here are a part of that, or a strand of that, but not the whole Operation Winter Key.
So if we could just look back at that main page, so taking paragraph 10 down and just look at the terms of reference. As I say, I don't want to go through them, but do we see at point C of the terms of reference the requirement to investigate criminal allegations of non-recent child sexual abuse, and we contrast that with D at the bottom, which talks about investigations related to professional standards.
Absolutely, there is.
So those are the two halves.
Yes, in effect.
Yes, thank you. And you heard me ask Mr. Mahaffey about this morning, but it's an important point. I want to ask you the same question. Is it right that what the professional standards limb of Winter Key is involved with is investigating allegations of police misconduct as opposed to the underlying allegations of criminal conduct, which may form the context for the alleged police misconduct, but isn't actually the subject of the investigation. Is that right?
That is absolutely right, yes.
Can we go on in your statement, Commander Roper, to page 7? And if we look at paragraph 16, we see there a general description, we've already touched on it really, the fact that the local investigations have, at a general level, concerned allegations of police corruption or malpractice in the investigation of non-recent child abuse, child sexual abuse, and that in all of these local investigations there was a concern expressed that persons of public prominence connected with Westminster had in some way been featured in the investigations, and that this may have had a negative impact upon the police actions. So that is the unifying factor in all of these particular 17 local investigations.
That's right.
Now, at paragraph 18 of your report, you summarise each of these 17, and I'm going to go through them quite briefly. I don't want to go back to it, but while we do so, can we bear in mind the fact, you'll recall with at the end of the IOPC report, I asked Mr Mahaffey briefly about this, there is a sort of summary of these local managed investigations, or some of the themes relating to them. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, yes.
And I showed Mr Mahaffey that section, but didn't ask him about it. One of the points about those paragraphs is that they refer to the managed investigations, sorry, the local investigations, by number rather than by name.
Yes.
So that when we come to look at your statement, you've referred to them by name, and there is a sort of a disconnect there. So as I go through these, I'm going to ask you if I'm right that one particular investigation is referred to by a particular number in the IOPC report.
Yes, of course.
So just briefly, Commander Roper, let's look at the detail of these 17 investigations. The first one, and I'm looking at 18, subparagraph 1, you say refers to an allegation that the prosecution of a young MP who was arrested for procuring was suppressed because the young MP was romantically involved with Leon Britton, and that was scoping exercise Scallywag, I think.
Yes, that's right.
And for reference, that is case number 16 in the IOPC report.
Yes.
Secondly, there is an investigation into an allegation that there was a police file recording a complaint against police action that may have been suppressed, again because of connection with Leon Britton. That was Operation Greenheart, and it was number 2 in the IOPC's investigation, I think.
Yes, that's right, yes.
The third investigation that's mentioned was an investigation into an allegation that an operation targeting male prostitutes at Piccadilly Circus was stopped because of the involvement of high-profile people, and a suggestion that Leon Britton had been trying to stop the operation. Now that was Operation Larch.
Yes.
We'll come back to look at that in more detail
Mm-hmm.
after we've been through this list. It was number 13, I think, in the IOPC list.
That's right.
And I think it's right that the operation that was in question there was Operation Circus that we heard evidence about this morning from Mr Mahaffey.
That's right, yes.
Operation Jordana and so on. This was another allegation relating to the same underlying operation.
Yes.
And as I say, we'll come back to that briefly in a few moments. The fourth of the operations which you refer to was an operation investigating an allegation that police had failed to investigate information they received in 2014, which suggested that pornographic videos of children had been seized from Leon Britton in 1982. That was scoping exercise MB, and it was number 8 in the IOPC report. The fifth allegation was an allegation that incriminating photographs of Leon Britton had been suppressed by police, and that a police investigation into Leon Britton had been shut down. The sixth, that fifth one was scoping exercise CN, and was operation number 1 for the IOPC.
Yes.
The sixth operation involved an allegation that an internal specialist operations department within the Met Police had shut down and taken investigation papers away from an investigation into paedophilia by Jimmy Savile and Cyril Smith. That was scoping exercise LW, and it was IOPC case number 5. The 7th operation was an allegation that an investigation had been closed down on the orders of senior police officers when the MP Cyril Smith was implicated. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And that is another of the cases that we'll come back to. That was Operation Balsa,
Yes.
and it's number 15 in the IOPC report. The 8th investigation was an investigation into child sex abuse at the Liberal Club in London by prominent people, the allegation being that it had been shut down due to pressure from the then Prime Minister. That was Operation Poplar. That was number 14 in the IOPC list. The 9th investigation was into an allegation that police obstructed an investigation into the sexual abuse of a young boy at an exclusive address in London because the suspect was the son of a prominent establishment figure. That was scoping exercise IC,
Yes.
IOPC number 4. The 10th was an investigation was into an allegation that evidence of potentially improper relations between a politician and children was suppressed by police. And this included one police officer making threats against 2 others not to give evidence at trial. That was scoping exercise GB, and it's IOPC number 3.
Yes.
The 11th case was an investigation into an allegation that an investigation into a paedophile ring had been closed because of involvement by 2 members of the royal family. That was scoping exercise MT and IOPC number 6. So that's another of the cases that I'm going to ask you more questions about in a moment. The 12th of the cases investigated reports that child sex abuse at sex parties attended by prominent politicians had not been investigated properly by police when complaints were made, and that on one occasion this had resulted in a young boy going missing. That was Operation Candlenut, number 10.
Yes.
The 13th allegation was a case involving Dolphin Square. That was Operation Karen, number 11
Yes.
in the IOPC document. The 14th case was an allegation that a person had made 3 complaints to police or stating that between 1976 and 1980 he'd been sexually abused by prominent persons, but because of police inaction, his abusers had escaped justice. That was scoping exercise MM and case number 7.
Yes.
The 15th case investigated an allegation that an officer had uncovered a paedophile ring operating from Kensington Town Hall, but hadn't been believed by her superiors. That was scoping exercise TM, case number 17.
Yes.
The 16th case was an investigation into allegations that there were files in a walk-in safe in New Scotland Yard that would suggest that special branch officers had suppressed investigations into child sex abuse by politicians. And that was a scoping exercise called Walk-in Safe. It was number 18.
Yes.
And then the last investigation was an investigation into an allegation that MPS officers had avoided investigating prostitution in certain public lavatories in order to avoid finding politicians there. That's Operation Banway, and was case number 9 in the IOPC report.
Yes, that's right.
So that's a sort of a brief, very brief overview of the subject matter of those investigations. And as I say, they are all summarised in more detail than that in the annexes
Yes.
to your report. Just carrying on, giving a little more detail of the sort of bringing together the themes and the factual content of these investigations. If I could ask to go to page 12 of your statement. At the top of that page, we can see a summary description of the sources of the investigations. In other words, where the allegations came from that were then investigated. Paragraph 28, 29, 30 and 31, we can read down that, but we see that 6 of the investigations were based on information from former police officers, 3 investigations based on information received from complainants who were claimed to have been subjected to child abuse, 2 were anonymous. You've mentioned the ability to make anonymous complaints, and 5 were based on third-party information or overheard conversations. We'll come and see this, but do the Met actually action information that they receive? I mean, the suggestion there is overheard conversations. How would an allegation in an overheard conversation come to form as the subject of an investigation?
So if the information was brought to us, be it anonymously or otherwise, we would do an assessment of the information. We would look to see if there's anything on any of our intelligence databases, seek some kind of corroboration of the allegation, and then we would do an assessment. We would, if it's possible, we would speak to the person who's brought the information to us to see if there's any other lines of inquiry that we can continue. And we do that for every single thing that's brought to us. Everything is assessed and to see if we can develop it.
So even if it is something as minor as an overheard conversation, it can be built into an investigation in that way?
Absolutely, yes.
Just if we can look now over the page at page 13, please. Another bringing together of data relating to these investigations. It's headed time period. We see here, do we, that just casting our eyes down those paragraphs, as with the IOPC report, the focus of these investigations was on events in the 1970s and 1980s. Some a bit later, but most in that period.
Yes, absolutely.
And again, that was the time when the underlying events took place, but what was the time when the complaints were made which triggered these investigations?
So between 2012 and 2016, the information was brought to us.
Right, so much later.
Much later, yes.
Thank you. And then I think just lastly, in terms of the overview information, if we could turn to page 14 of the statement, the status and the outcome of these investigations. And perhaps actually we can go on to page 15, paragraph 45. So we've seen that there are 17 investigations in question, and you say that of these 17, 16 are closed, with one remaining case close to concluding.
Yes,
is that still the position? I
Yes.
think your statement was dated a week or two ago, but that's still the position.
That is still the position, yes.
And then this, you say no behaviour has been identified that might attract disciplinary action in relation to any of the officers involved.
That's correct, yes.
So that's the test you've applied, even though the officers are long retired.
Absolutely, yes. And we've explored every allegation that was brought to us within these 17, even if it was quite, it didn't give us an awful lot of information to go on. We've absolutely explored every option we have for the investigations. And as the paragraph says, no behaviour has been identified that might attract disciplinary action.
We've heard talk that the other possible outcome is criminal proceedings.
Absolutely.
But do we take it from the fact that it hasn't passed that lower threshold, that there's no question of any criminal offences?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Now, I just lastly want to spend 10 minutes or so asking you some more detailed questions about just a few of those particular investigations. First of all, can I ask you about scoping exercise MT? And can we do this by going to the appendices to your statement? And I think it's internal page 28 that we need to start with.
MT, excuse me.
Now, these summaries are constructed very similarly to the IOPC summaries. They start with a description of the allegation, and that's the allegation of police misconduct. So in this case, it was the allegation that an investigation into a paedophile ring was closed because of involvement by a politician and a member of the royal family.
Yes.
And just looking at the background section below that, can see that there's reference to a social worker who's been given the cipher C, making contact with the police. And it seems that he claimed two things. First of all, that he knew someone, or knew of a person, who'd been sexually abused by two members of the royal family, and also that he had been in contact with a journalist who had made certain claims about Buckingham Palace and sexual activity there.
Yes, that's right. That those claims by the journalist were in the year before we were approached.
So this wasn't, just to be clear, I want to look at the newspaper article in a minute, but it wasn't an investigation that was triggered by the newspaper article, it was triggered by this person C approaching you and telling you those two things, one about him knowing of an individual and the other that he'd spoken to this journalist.
Yes.
Shall we just look at that newspaper article? I think we can bring it up. It's INQ 004170. That's it. You refer in the summary to the headline: ex-cop claims a royal was in paedophile ring, but inquiry was closed to shield Buckingham Palace from scandal. If I think we can go to the next page, please. We can see the description of the allegation, and just picking it up about 4 paragraphs down, the paragraph starting with the ex-officer. That's fine, thank you. We see the ex-officer told the Sunday Mirror how a named detective sergeant based at London's Marylebone police station in the late 1980s spoke to him about the investigation and the fact that it had been axed. So this is an officer not like some of the IOPC cases reporting something that he said had happened in one of his cases, but he's reporting something that someone else told him.
Told him about one of his, yes,
about
absolutely.
one of that person's cases. Yes. So it's that one remove in
absolutely,
that respect.
Yes.
And then the detail is that the former officer said, "I was in a car with 2 other vice squad officers. They were discussing a madam who'd provided a girl of about 15 to Oliver Reed." And we can actually, if we just immediately go down to the bottom of the page, the Sunday Mirror told us that Oliver Reed was never prosecuted over underage sex. But going back to the other passage, further up, he goes on that this detective sergeant had said that he'd just had a major child abuse investigation shut down by the CPS regarding a royal and an MP. He didn't mention names, but he said the CPS had said it was not in the public's interest because it could destabilise national security. The former officer added, "What I was told has stayed with me to this day." And then the article states the Sunday Mirror has been given the names of his 2 colleagues, and the officer we spoke to said he was passing his information to the police. Now, as you say, this article was published some time before you were contacted by this man C. And are you aware that before you were contacted by C, that the former officer had made a complaint to you or passed this information to you?
No, I'm not aware, no.
In any event, you became aware of it at this stage, and looking, if we can look back, please, at the summary, so that's page 28 of MPS 003548. You were presented, as it were, with 2 lines of inquiry.
Yes.
The individual who C said he was in touch with, and also this newspaper article and the officers and so on. Did you, dealing with the newspaper article first, did you attempt to find out who the officer was who had made the report to the Sunday Mirror?
Absolutely. The inquiry team approached the journalist on a number of occasions. I think 4 occasions. There was probably about 6 exchanges between the investigatory team and the journalist. We asked for them to assist us with speaking to the person that provided him with the initial information, and he repeatedly told us that the person didn't want to come forward and assist us with any further inquiries.
Which is contrary to what we saw in the newspaper article, because there it was suggested that officer was going to contact you. He hadn't, and when you pressed the matter, he wasn't willing to come forward.
No, not at all.
There's a reference here to Sir Alan Green, who was a Director of Public Prosecutions. He was mentioned in the article as someone who had also said something about historic child abuse
Yes.
allegations. Did you contact him as well?
We did, and we spoke to him about this. He didn't recall any of this. He certainly didn't recall the comments made in the newspaper article, and he didn't wish to provide a statement, even though he was very happy to talk to us about these circumstances.
So would it be fair to say that as far as the information relating to that newspaper article was concerned, you hit something of a dead end?
Yes, very much, yes.
And unless you could actually speak to the person who made the allegation, there was really little more you could do with it.
Absolutely, and I'm just cross-referencing with the closing report, and we did, it was over several months we repeatedly went back to try and contact the person who brought the information to the journalist. And we were trying to, if they were nervous about coming forward, provide them with reassurances about coming forward and talking to us, but they were absolutely categorical that they wouldn't come forward to talk to us further.
So that was that line. The other line was the individual who the C said that he knew of,
Yes.
who made allegations about Buckingham Palace himself. Did you try and contact him?
We did, yes, absolutely, and we did speak to him, yes.
And what did you find out about him, and what did he tell you?
So this individual, we did speak to him. He was party to a number of investigations based on allegations that he'd made, and it wasn't just the Metropolitan Police that were talking to him, it was other
Yes.
constabularies as well, or police forces as well. When we did speak to him and when we talked to the other investigating forces, there were some inconsistencies in what he was saying, and ultimately didn't want to substantiate the allegations that he initially made, but then didn't want to take them further.
I mean, looking at the summary in the appendices to your statement, it appears that this individual had twice previously contacted police and made
Yes.
allegations of child sexual abuse. But on those two occasions, he hadn't mentioned the royal family.
That's right, and that's one of the inconsistencies. There are some other details as well that were inconsistent. But that said, we did speak to him, and we also spoke to the other investigating teams to see if there was anything further that we could do to progress this line of inquiry.
But in the end, he didn't want to give you further information about those particular allegations.
No, absolutely. He was told, however, that should that change or should further information come to light, then he'd be able to bring that forward, and then we would continue the inquiry.
So in summary, Commander Roper, we see the, if you like, the high point in the news article. You've made your inquiries, attempted to get to the bottom of this, but because people haven't engaged with you, it hasn't been possible to take it any further.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
I want to ask you about one other, perhaps similar case. It's Operation Bolsa. If we can, to do this, turn to page 17 within your statement. Now, in some ways, this is similar to the investigation we were just looking at, Commander
Yes.
Roper.
Yes.
The facts of this investigation were that two phone calls were made to a phone-in on LBC radio, apparently by the same person, alleging that the person who called in, was a former police officer who had been involved in an investigation relating to Cyril Smith, and the investigation had been shut down.
Yes.
Similar to other allegations we've heard earlier today.
Yes, that's right. The first phone call was made in November 2014, the second in April 2015. The same name was used, but in the first call, the caller was happy to identify themselves with that name. In the second call, the broadcaster says that the name has been changed, and that actually I think his voice had been clouded a little as well.
But were they was the caller said to be the same person?
It was. We have surmise them to be the same person, even though we don't have any evidence to support that, simply because the information they gave was so similar.
Right. In any event, there's an allegation, there's a suggestion that something had gone badly wrong in the past. How did this, what triggered your own investigation? Was it simply that you heard it on LBC, or was the information passed to you by someone?
Yes, so our media team heard the second call on LBC and brought that to the attention of the DPS, and we contacted them. Or, forgive me, it may be that DMC initially contacted LBC and then it was brought to our attention. But either way, it was the Metropolitan Police approaching LBC for further information.
Yes, okay, we don't need to get too far in, but you said DMC. What
I'm
did you...
so sorry, they're our media team. I do apologise.
No, it's all right. But
Sorry.
the point you're making is whichever particular part of the Met it was the Met that then contacted LBC to understand more about this allegation.
Absolutely, on hearing the broadcast, yes.
And can you summarise how the investigation went from there?
So we contacted the broadcaster. The broadcaster said that they would be happy to try and put us in contact with the caller. I think we made 6 attempts or 6 contacts with the broadcaster. They contacted us in between as well, again asking for them to put us in contact with the individual, providing reassurances that the individual wasn't breaching anything, wasn't breaching some kind of security issue or official secrets act, something like that, that we really tried to provide the reassurances. And in the end, we also emailed the broadcaster a list of questions. And we thought, well, if the caller won't talk to us directly, then perhaps if we provide them the questions, then maybe we would be able to use the broadcaster as a mediator, so we can still get the information, so we'd be able to progress the further investigation.
And did any of that bear fruit?
No, sadly not, no.
Because?
The caller was, he categorically said that he wouldn't engage and support us with further investigations.
Was there anything more that you did, or did you feel that that was essentially an end to the investigation?
That was deemed as suitable for closure, because after 6 attempts of trying to get further information over a period of time, it wasn't repeated. It was to try and encourage trust in what we were trying to do, and it wasn't successful.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me just ask you about one more of these scoping exercises, and that is scoping exercise walk-in safe. And to do that, can we go to page 36 of your appendices, please? Now, Commander Roper, you will have heard this morning with Mr. Mahaffey, there are a number of these investigations that refer to special branch, and where perhaps uniformed officers suggesting that special branch in one way or another interfered with an investigation or held documents relating to an investigation. And we've seen others of these investigations where it's been necessary to look for special branch documents and so on. And so this small investigation brings some of those themes together, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yes.
The allegation was simply that there were files held by special branch in a walk-in safe that may have had something to do with suppressing allegations of child sex abuse against senior figures.
That's right, yes.
Who was the allegation made by?
The allegation was made by an anonymous email to the IOPC in 2015.
So that's the way in which the investigation was triggered?
Absolutely. It was referred to us by one of the intelligence analysts from the IOPC.
And can you describe to us what investigation took place as a result of that?
So Special Branch was contacted, and although it wasn't known as Special Branch by then, it was known as SO15. They were contacted and a number of meetings were held. In essence, the fact that there was a storage facility of files was never, I don't think people said it was a safe, it was a room, it was a secure room where files were stored. That was immediately admitted to by the people that we spoke to. They gave us a description of what the files were. There were some details in the initial allegation, the anonymous information, that there was a real restricted access policy around these files, and that was suggested to simply not be the case. the files were available to those people within SO15 as was or as is. Those people that were on that particular inquiry would have access to those files, but no one outside of that inquiry would need access to those files. What I think is quite interesting about this scoping exercise is that it was progressed, and one member of a retired member of Special Branch and a member of SO15 was spoken to. And then this scoping exercise had to pause because of some other operational need. And when it was restarted, that individual had retired. So the inquiry team actually spoke to another person who worked within SO15 who absolutely confirmed everything, gave us some details with regards to the contents of the files and why they weren't open access to lots of people. So from different people at different times, it has been the existence of the safe or the existence of the room, and the files have always been confirmed.
So it's perhaps fairly obvious that an organisation like Special Branch is going to have sensitive files,
Yes.
which are not accessible to everyone.
No.
But the suggestion that there may have been somehow some very restricted files relating to paedophile activity or Westminster politicians or people generally of prominence, as you say, was not confirmed by any of the people you spoke to.
No, I'd say it was disputed by those people that we spoke to. We, quite properly, I must say, we didn't read the files ourselves, and we would have no reason to in terms of the Operation Winter Key, because of the level of national security that was being explained as contained within the files. However, those officers did review the files on our behalf. They did keyword searches for within the files, but also how the files are stored and referred to anything that may bring it into the realm of Operation Winter Key, and absolutely nothing was found.
Thank you. Now, just finally, I think there are two more operations I will ask you about fairly shortly. The first is Operation Larch, and I'd like to do this through the closing report. So could we call it up, please? It's OHY 006923. Now, Commander Roper, you'll recall as we went through this, the list of the operations I mentioned, this was the operation which seems to relate to the investigation that was Operation Circus.
Yes.
And therefore sits with some of the cases we were looking at this morning, like in particular Operation Jordana.
Yes.
And if we can look at this closing report, please, and if we can pull up paragraphs 2 and 3 on this page. Sorry, we don't need to go back to it, but paragraph 1 names the complainant as a detective constable called Sue Simpson, and her allegation is then relayed in these two paragraphs. She remembers hearing about an investigation, an operation targeting rent boys in Piccadilly Circus. They were told to stay away from the area while the operation was running. Is that, just pausing there, does that sound likely?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, if she was a uniformed constable and there was a proactive operation happening anywhere, of course, the sight of uniformed police officers tends to disrupt criminal activity taking place, so it would be entirely usual for them to be asked to stay away from a particular area.
Okay, and so that's that one point in time when she just heard about this investigation, and then if we look at paragraph 3, she goes on about a week later, she claims that she'd heard someone say that the police operation had been closed down because of high-profile persons becoming involved, names such as Jimmy Savile, Jimmy King, although I think we see in the evidence that the assumption is she meant Jonathan King.
Yes.
I think perhaps she used that name as well on another occasion. Along with an unnamed senior police officer were mentioned. They, that I think means Sue Simpson and her colleagues, were never officially told that the operation had been stopped. So that's the allegation, that this operation had been sort of shut down because it had come across
Yes.
prominent people.
Yes.
Again, it's a familiar allegation that one has come across before. And then just turning over the page, I don't want to go through the detail of this, but we see that, as with other investigations, other officers were or colleagues from the time were interviewed to see if they would corroborate what she said. And did any of them corroborate what she said?
A few of them corroborated that they thought there was a proactive operation happening, which we
Yes.
now understand to be Operation Circus.
Yes.
But no, none of them corroborated that the operation had been closed down in the circumstances that Sue suggested.
And indeed, we've heard evidence this morning that Operation Circus certainly didn't close down.
Absolutely.
It went on for some time, and we saw the evidence that there were quite a number of convictions.
It was considered extremely successful, yes.
Can we just go to page 3, please? I just want to ask you about paragraphs 15 and 16 in this report. It says, 27th of January 2017, retired police officer Michael Berry, ex-collator, was interviewed. What's a collator?
That'll be
Wonder-
someone who organises the information or the intelligence that's come into a particular operation or a particular unit or a department. Because everything was so paper-based then, it would have somebody who would be organising that information.
So it's not necessarily specific to a particular post in a police station or on a unit. It simply means someone. It's as general as that.
It's as general as that, although there were many collators throughout the organisation, but it wasn't specific to that particular police station, for example.
Okay. Well, just going on, we see that he provided a statement, and he recalled the operation called Circus, which we've heard about in Piccadilly Circus in the early 1980s. He said it wasn't closed down, which is consistent with the evidence we've heard. But then he said this. He said there may have been a rumour circulating at the time that Circus was closed down, and speculates that this may have been circulated by persons on Operation Circus itself. This was because the operation was getting too well known and they wanted to remain low-key. The attention may have been due to the names of high-profile people being involved, although he couldn't recall any specific names. Now, we've heard, as I've said, there have been a number of these investigations founded on allegations made by individual officers that they understood that an operation had been closed down, when in fact other evidence suggested it hadn't been. The suggestion here seems to be that their colleagues may have deliberately misinformed each other, if you like, to stop an operation becoming too well known.
Yes.
I mean, is that something you've come across before? How should we understand that evidence?
I mean, I haven't personally come across that before, and I think that we only have one person within this investigation that's suggesting that. There are issues with operational security with any proactive operation, and teams do tend to keep quite rightly information tight around any kind of proactive operation. I've never heard sort of a counter rumour being spread by an investigatory team, so I wouldn't be able to comment on anything further than that.
No, other than to say that it's not, in your experience, normal practice.
No, it's not.
Just looking through the rest of this statement, if we can go to page 5, just looking at the mechanics. As you've said, Commander Roper, just if we can just focus in on paragraphs 31 to 33. This is a local investigation. This seems that what this makes clear is that this was in fact referred to the IPCC.
Yes.
But they sent it back and said, no, you can conduct this as a local investigation.
Yes.
So that was the mechanics there. And just finally on this one, if we can go to the conclusion, which starts at the bottom of the page we're on and then goes over the page. The conclusion was the allegations based on a canteen conversation that she overheard. There's no evidence to support the allegation. No one's been able to name the operation that she refers to, although it was believed to be Operation Circus, due to the date and the location. And then if we can just finally go over the page, please. I won't read all of that out, but do we see that the conclusion essentially is that there was no evidence found to support the complaint?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And Joe, I don't think I said at the beginning, but could we perhaps adduce this closing report into evidence? Thank you. And I think finally, Commander Roper, I just want to take you to one other investigation report, closing report, please, and that is Operation Banway. which is OHY 006922. Do you have that, Commander Roper?
Would you forgive me? Sorry, just finding it. I do apologise. Sorry, yes, I do, yes.
This is a closing report into an investigation which looked into suggestions that back in the 1960s, a conversation with very senior Metropolitan Police officers and the Home Secretary, it had been suggested essentially that there were certain public lavatories that the police avoided because they thought that prominent people, members of Parliament, may use those for cottaging. Is that right?
Yes, there was a conversation about it, yes.
And the crux of this investigation was the memory of the account of this conversation, which had been given by Lord Taverne.
Yes.
And Lord Taverne is going to be giving evidence to the inquiry later on this afternoon, so I don't want to go into the detail of that investigation any further with you, other than to ask you to adduce this document into evidence for the purposes of the inquiry. I'm grateful, Commander Roper. Chair, those are all the questions I have for Commander Roper.
No, we have no questions, thank you.
Chair, may I suggest we take a break at this stage?
Yes, we'll return at 20 to 4. Please.
Chair, the next witness that we call sitting in the witness box is Lord Taverne. Thank you.
Want to sit or stand?
Stand, please. Would you please repeat after me? I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please sit down, Lord Taverne, yes. Give us, if you would, please, your full name.
Dick Taverne.
And, Lord Taverne, you are a member of the House of Lords and a former member of Parliament.
Correct.
You have before you a file of documents in which there are two witness statements, one that you made back in 2016 and one made more recently by you to the inquiry. Please feel free at any time to refresh your memory from either of those statements, but we'll see how we go with your memory as I ask you questions. Tell us a little, please, about your career history, if you would. When were you first elected as an MP?
1962.
And was that at a by-election and you became the MP for Lincoln?
Correct.
And it was under Harold Wilson's leadership in the 1960s that you served as Home Office Minister from 1966 to 1968, isn't that right?
Correct.
And then you were Minister of State at the Treasury from 1968 to 1969?
No, 1968. Yes, 1968 to 1969. Correct.
I'm simply taking it from your statement.
Yes.
And then Financial Secretary to the Treasury from 1969 to 1970.
Correct.
And did you resign from the Labour Party? And did you fight and win a by-election as an independent candidate? And did you then become the Lincoln Democratic Party MP, Liberal Democratic Party MP?
No, I became. I resigned from the Labour Party and became. I was a Social Democrat, and I became an independent, calling myself Democratic Labour.
Oh, so that was what you were at that time until the second election in 1974.
Correct.
I think it was then that you joined the Social Democratic Party, the SDP, which later merged with the Liberal Party and then you joined the Liberal Democrats.
Not quite. I anticipated the SDP by calling for it in 1973,
Right.
but it wasn't formed until after 1980, and when it was formed, I joined it.
Thank you. Tell us a little, please, about your time as Home Office Minister between 1966 and 1968, because that's the period I wish to focus on. What particular responsibility did you have as a minister in the Home Department at that time?
The police and crime.
And how many other ministers were there under the Home Secretary at that point?
I think another couple.
And were their responsibilities entirely separate and distinct from yours?
Yes, we each had our separate responsibilities. I also was concerned with gaming and the one or two other items, but the main ones were police and crime.
And did your area of responsibility cover the sort of areas that we're looking at in the inquiry? So
yes,
sexual offending.
Yes.
And sexual offending towards children?
Well, that didn't arise as an issue at the time.
Right. And was that because it was a feature of the times it didn't arise, or you're not presumably saying
no,
that
it's
weren't such
something
offending?
which developed later. At that stage, I don't remember any particular issue arising that was controversial in that field.
Right. Help us with this, please, because the Home Secretary during that period, am I right, was Roy Jenkins?
Yes.
And he was Home Secretary from December 1965 to November 1967.
Correct.
There was a second period when he was Home Secretary, but we don't need to worry about that, in the mid-70s. So the period that we're concerned with was the period 1966 to 1968 under Roy Jenkins as Home Secretary. Now, I want to ask you about a conversation or a meeting which you attended, which Roy Jenkins called. Present was yourself and also Sir Joe Simpson. Now, he was the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police at the time.
Correct.
And am I right to understand that there were only 3 attendees, yourself, Roy Jenkins, and Sir Joe Simpson?
Right.
Joe Simpson's deputy at the time, the Deputy Commissioner, was that a chap called John Waldron?
He was.
Was he present or not present at this meeting?
I never met him.
You'd never met him. So that means that he wasn't present at that meeting. All 3 of those men have since passed away. Roy Jenkins, Joe Simpson and John Waldron. But let's come to the conversation, please, that you remember having, and you've given your recollections of those meetings in both your statements, the one that was given to the police in 2016 and the statement that you made to the inquiry, which I think you gave as recently as January of this year. Now, first of all, who called the meeting?
Roy Jenkins called the meeting as part of his concern about the reform of the laws about homosexuality, because he was determined to reform the law, and he was concerned about the fact that the police spent quite a lot of time wasting their time, as he saw it, in tracking homosexuals by investigating various so-called cottages.
Right. And cottages was a term that was used really to describe public lavatories.
Yes. Public lavatories frequented particularly by homosexuals.
Yep. And Roy Jenkins, was he particularly liberally minded about homosexuality at that period of time?
He thought it was very important to reform the law at a time when, in fact, previous Home Secretaries had been very reluctant to do so, although there had been a Royal Commission recommending that the law should be reformed. And he was the driving force behind the reform by making homosexual conduct between consenting adults in private decriminalised.
Now, the date of the meeting, obviously nobody's going to expect you to remember that, but in terms of the period of time in which this meeting was being held, was it before the Sexual Offences Act of 1967
I'm pretty sure it was.
Because we know that the Act received royal assent in July 1967, so It rather suggests that the meeting had to be sometime before then,
1966, I would have thought.
you think? And the meeting took place where?
In the Home Office.
Now, let me ask you, please, about your recollection of what was said. Do you think it would help you to have one or both of your statements in front of you?
Well, I think I can remember them.
Let's see how we go then.
Well, he said, I'm concerned about the waste of police time, which is valuable, in visiting these cottages. And I think you ought to discontinue this practice.
And
And
that was,
Joe Simpson...
that was directed to Joe Simpson.
Well, not directed to
No,
me.
of course, but
Joe
he was
Simpson's the
directing
only
his
one.
remarks to the
Joe
Commissioner.
Simpson was the only one there.
Right. Yeah.
And Simpson said, well, first of all, he said, Home Secretary, it's quite unconstitutional for you to tell me, as a policeman, how I should operate. However, I will certainly sort of look at this. And then he made a surprise remark, which is, as a matter of fact, there are several cottages in Westminster which we don't investigate. And we asked, or Roy asked, why? And he says, because it would be embarrassing. And why? Is it because of the fact that they're frequented by MPs? And in fact, Joe Simpson said, yes, that's the reason.
So it was Roy Jenkins who asked the question, is it because they're frequented by MPs?
No, he asked the question, why, I think, and it was Joe
see.
Simpson who said, because they are frequented by celebrities and MPs.
The meeting, therefore, when it was called, so far as Roy Jenkins is concerned, and your understanding of the reasons for the meeting had nothing to do with this remark which Joe Simpson made. It was to do with the generality of police wasting time and
That's
resources attending public lavatories.
His reply was a surprise to him and me. We didn't know that was police practice.
Well, when he came out with the surprising remark, what was Roy Jenkins' reaction to it?
Well, I think, surprised, like mine, because he didn't know about it.
Well, when you say didn't know about it, didn't know that the police had a, as it were, a special way of dealing or avoiding arresting MPs and the like?
Well, it seemed it seemed that it was part of a practice which they made rather selective, which again seemed rather unjustified.
In your 2016 statement, you spoke about Joe Simpson talking about celebrities as well as MPs. Was it MPs and peers associated with Westminster, or did he include celebrities as well?
Didn't discuss celebrities, and we didn't really go into it very much further.
But your understanding, granted it was a long time ago, your understanding of what Joe Simpson was talking about, was he saying that the police in London did not, as it were, go to lavatories, public lavatories, where they understood that homosexual MPs and peers frequented in order not to arrest them? Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, it was. Although at the time there were still some arrests made, but not in the public lavatories around Westminster.
Is that what you're limiting yourself to? Was it Westminster or in London generally? What was your understanding?
His remark referred to cottages near in the Westminster area.
I see. Now, as this conversation continued, was any other remark made by either the Home Secretary or yourself about the propriety or impropriety of this policy that Joe Simpson had declared to you?
Joe Simpson said he'd look at the question again and he would investigate.
But which meant what?
Well, he would visit some of the cottages and see what was happening.
The Westminster ones?
Westminster ones. And he decided to go with his deputy.
And that's where John Wardren comes in?
Yes, and here were these 2 6'7" policemen, obviously policemen, visiting cottages, which must have caused a bit of a stir.
Yeah, I suppose history doesn't tell us whether they were in uniform or not.
No, I doubt if they went in uniform.
No. And as a result of that, do you know what happened? Did they change the policy at all that they seem to have had?
Yes, he announced, at least I wasn't there, but then it was his decision that they should cease the practice. So he did, in fact, do what Roy asked him.
Did you serve under Jim Callaghan?
Very briefly.
In the Home Office?
And then I was asked to go to the Treasury by Roy Jenkins.
Yeah.
And that was after the law had been enacted.
So that would have been after July 1967? The law was enacted in
yes.
July. It received the royal assent, the act,
yes,
in
well,
July
I can't remember
1967.
when Roy moved to the Treasury, but I think it was the end of 1967.
Yeah. And well, was it still a topic of interest under Jim Callaghan
No.
when he was in the Home Office?
No, I don't think he was very enthusiastic about the change of the law,
No.
but nor were most of the Cabinet.
Yeah.
It was something which Roy very much forced through because he was a dominant force in the Cabinet at the time.
Yeah. Now, were there any specific incidents that Joe Simpson spoke about?
None.
So this was just a general policy that the
General
police
statement.
avoided public lavatories in Westminster because they wished to avoid arresting persons of public prominence, in particular those associated with Westminster.
Yes.
You say, and it might help, Lord Taverne, to go to your inquiry statement. So if you open up kindly, please, the file behind Divider 1, and you'll see the statement you made in early January this year, or in fact late January this year. And if you go, please, to the second page, paragraph 5, after you recount what took place in the meeting with Roy Jenkins, you say this: taking this conversation and my wider experience in general into account, I would say that in or around 1966 and 1967, there was a general reluctance on the part of police to arrest MPs, peers, or other prominent people associated with Westminster for homosexual offences, as they were at the time, to avoid causing embarrassment. For example, you say some well-known homosexual MPs were not prosecuted, including Tom Dryburgh. Carry on.
I think that was a rather general statement. I mean, I don't know what evidence was brought against Tom Dryburgh, but he was a well-known gay,
Yeah.
and he didn't seem to suffer any political persecution.
No.
But generally speaking, I don't think I've really had a lot of evidence for what I said there. But there was a change of atmosphere after the law changed, and the law obviously did influence behaviour.
Yes.
Not only on the part of police, but it influenced attitudes as well.
What was the wider experience which you spoke of? Because paragraph begins with taking this conversation and my wider experience in general into account. I'd say that in around 66 and 67 there was a general reluctance on the part of the police. So what was the wider experience? So outside the conversation which you said took you by surprise, what was the wider experience you had about the general reluctance of the police?
Well, I don't think there were any incidents then of the arrest or of gays.
Yeah. Was it specifically targeted towards homosexual offences, or was it across the board?
Well, I think that was particularly in connection with homosexual offences.
And what about one of the things I asked you about, or you mentioned a little earlier, was paedophilia, offences against children. And you said it wasn't really an issue at the time or something that came up. Did you have any appreciation at all whether any of the offences that the police were avoiding apprehending people of public prominence in relation to included children?
I don't remember any particular incidents or cases, and in fact I must say that personally I was surprised at what was later uncovered.
by which you mean?
Well, for instance, the whole, what's his name, the television star,
Jimmy Savile.
Jimmy Savile. I mean, that was a complete surprise. I didn't realise that there was so much investigation and so much complaint and so much to complain about. And also these subsequent inquiries about the various children's homes that came out. But they hadn't come out at that stage. And I would say at that particular time when I was in the Home Office, paedophilia was not a subject which we discussed.
No. And so looking back now, and we all appreciate it's a very long time ago, can you think of any case of alleged child sexual abuse that ever came across your desk?
Well, it seems surprising if I was in charge of the police at the time and of crime, but I can't recollect any.
During your time as Home Office Minister, Lord Taverne, do you recall any discussions taking place, for example, with the DPP's office as regards the prosecution of homosexual offences?
Well, there must have been,
Yeah.
because we, in the course of changing the law, obviously we would consult the Director of Public Prosecutions.
And do you
But
remember?
I personally can't recollect any.
Let me ask you anyway, were there any cases that you have any memory about which involved people of public prominence, in particular associated with Westminster, which you had any dealings with or any discussions with the DPP's office or any correspondence?
Well, there were some MPs who were prosecuted. I can't actually remember who they were. And it was part of this sort of general argument that took place about the reform of the law that this would be a subject.
Yeah.
I mean, the cases, it was quite strongly debated at the time. It was a very, very hot political issue when Roy finally produced his bill and then managed to persuade Leo Apses, a private member, to put it forward because the Cabinet wasn't going to support it as a Cabinet measure.
No. Thank you. Just give me a moment if you would. Lord Taverne, that's all I have to ask you. I'll see if the Chair and the panel have any questions for you.
No, we have no questions, thank you. Thank you, Lord Taverne.
Thank you very much for coming, Lord Taverne. Well, Chair, that's all the evidence for today. We'll resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow when we are calling for former police officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alton.